Makes. Okay, thank you. So सुबह से आज काफी सारा ये सब आपने you heard about social change, you heard about behavior change, and ये जो पूरा थीम है उसको हम बोल रहे हैं social and behavior change. उससे पहले मंजीव जी का प्रेजेंटेशन था, तो काफ़ी चीज़ें आपने सुनी है, समझी है. मैं स्पेसिफिकली 3 चीज़ों पे I'll talk about. एक तो जब हम when we say कि social and behavior change क्या है, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा conceptual understanding, theoretical understanding, बहुत ज़्यादा डिटेल में हम नहीं जाएंगे. और यूनिसेफ के बारे में आप लोग जानते हैं सब लोग? कितने लोगों ने यूनिसेफ का नाम सुना है? काफी नहीं, पर हाँ सुना है. तो ये एक इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो बच्चों के अधिकार के लिए, चाइल्ड राइट्स के लिए काम करता है. और वो सारे इश्यूज, वो शिक्षा हो, एजुकेशन हो, न्यूट्रिशन हो, सैनिटेशन हो, जेंडर सोशल नॉर्म्स हो, चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन हो, ये सारे इश्यूज. सो जब हम चाइल्ड बोलते हैं तो 0 to 18 ईयर्स, ये हमारा डेफिनेशन है. तो उनके जीवन को, उनकी लाइफ को कंसर्निंग जितने भी इश्यूज हैं उसमें यूनिसेफ काम करता है. ग्लोबली भी हर देश में, पूरी दुनिया के, और भारत में भी काम कर रहा है. और भारत में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, सो नॉर्थ ईस्ट जब हम बोलते हैं तो जो हमारे 8 स्टेट है नॉर्थ ईस्ट रीजन में, वहाँ पे बच्चों के इश्यूज पे काम करने के लिए, उनके राइट्स पे काम करने के लिए हमारा गुवाहाटी में ऑफिस है. और गुवाहाटी ऑफिस से फिर हम वर्क विद the state governments, the government departments of these 8 northeastern states. तो और उसमें बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम्स हैं. उसमें से एक जो हमारा स्ट्रेटेजी है, प्रोग्राम है, वो सोशल एंड बिहेवियर चेंज है, जिसके ऊपर आज हम थोड़ा बात करेंगे. तो हमने अभी हम सब लोग पीछे सब सुन रहे हैं? हाँ, ओके. सो हम सब लोगों ने अभी लास्ट जो 2 साल 3 साल थे वो काफी चैलेंजिंग थे सबके लिए, राइट? कोविड की वजह से हम बाहर खुल के निकल नहीं रहे थे. हमें बताया जाता था कि कोविड अप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर्स, मास्क पहन के हम लोग घूम रहे थे. हमने बहुत सारे अपने रिलेटिव्स हैं, अपने नियर एंड डियर वंस हैं, हाँ, उनको ये बीमारी उनको हुई, उनको हॉस्पिटल तक कभी लेके जाना पड़ा, घर में भी उनको आइसोलेट करके रखते थे. तो तब बहुत सारी चीजें जो थी, जो जानकारी हमारे पास आती थी, जिसको हम रिस्क कम्युनिकेशन कहते हैं, कि क्या चीजें नहीं करनी है, क्या चीजें करनी है, अलग अलग माध्यम से. तो वो भी एक प्रकार है. सो जब हम बात करते हैं कि बिहेवियर चेंज, तो कुछ बदलने की बात करते हैं, राइट? जैसे पहले हम साबुन का यूज करके हाथ धोना, उतना ज्यादा अहमियत नहीं देते थे. हैंड वॉशिंग विद सोप, तो वो हमें समझ में आने लगा. और सिर्फ हैंड वॉशिंग विद सोप कैसे धोना है 20 सेकंड्स तक, उसके कुछ स्टेप्स हैं, वो एक बिहेवियर है. आपने मास्क लगाना है, मास्क सही से कैसे हमें पहनना है, वो एक बिहेवियर है. तो ऐसे अलग अलग बिहेवियर चेंज की बात है. तो ये एक पर्सनल इंडिविजुअल हैबिट में बदलाव है. दूसरा एक सोशल चेंज है. जैसे अगर एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे आजकल आप मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स भी देख रहे हैं ना, बाल विवाह पे काफी बातें कर रहे हैं आजकल हम लोग, सरकार भी बात कर रही है. तो उसमें बिहेवियर चेंज भी जरूरी है, सोशल चेंज भी जरूरी है. तो उसकी बात भी हम उसमें करेंगे. लेकिन आप ये पूरे सेशन में मेरे बाद भी और 3 एक्सपर्ट से अलग अलग थीम पे बात करने वाले हैं. आप में से बहुत सारे लोग टीचर्स हैं और वो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि अगर टीचर्स अगर कुछ 4 चीजें यहाँ से सीख के जाएंगे तो अपने स्कूल में जाके बाकी टीचर्स को भी बताएंगे और पूरे स्कूल के बच्चों को उसका फायदा होगा। तो सवाल भी पूछिए, हम जितना हो सके सिंपल तरीके से उसको समझने की कोशिश करेंगे। ओके, तो बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस हैं, बहुत सारे डेटा है, बहुत सारे ऐसे आंकड़े हैं जो हम जब देखते हैं तो हमें लगता है कि हमें बहुत कुछ करने का बाकी है। जैसे हमारे वहाँ चाइल्ड मैरिज की बात करो तो लास्ट NHFS का जो डेटा है उसमें इट इज मोर देन 30%। उसी हिसाब से जो महिलाओं में मालन्यूट्रिशन है, कुपोषण है, वो ज्यादा है। हमारे वहाँ इन्फेंट मोर्टालिटी रेट है, मैटरनल मोर्टालिटी रेट है, पूरे स्टेट की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं। वो हम बहुत सारे स्टेट से पीछे हैं। हमारा जो नेशनल एवरेज है, भारत की बात करें, उनके इंडिकेटर्स भी अच्छे हैं। तो क्या मेजर चैलेंजेस है? जैसे आसाम की बात करें, हमारे वहाँ बोडोलैंड के भी कुछ डिस्ट्रिक्ट है जहाँ पे टी गार्डन है। सो हमारा 17-18% पॉपुलेशन जो है टोटल का, वो कहाँ है? टी गार्डन्स में। तो वहाँ पे अपनी चैलेंजेस हैं, गर्ल्स को एजुकेशन को लेके, हेल्थ को लेके, न्यूट्रिशन को लेके। हम सबको पता है फ्लड, हर साल फ्लड आता है और साल में 2 बार आता है कई बार, और बहुत सारे इससे डिस्ट्रिक्ट उससे अफेक्ट होता है। सो उससे क्या होता है कि बहुत सारी सर्विसेज पे भी असर होता है। बहुत दिनों तक बच्चे स्कूल नहीं जा पाते हैं, आंगनवाड़ी की सर्विसेज है उस पे असर होता है, हेल्थ की सर्विसेज है उस पे असर होता है। तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा एक चैलेंज है, फैक्टर्स हैं। हम लोग ये जो पूरा प्रोग्राम है वो BTR गवर्नमेंट ने ऑर्गेनाइज किया है, तो ये ऑटोनोमस काउंसिल है। हाँ, तो वैसे दिमा हसाओ है, कार्बी अंगलोंग है, ये सब ऑटोनोमस काउंसिल है। सो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने हम उसको अलग से अधिकार दिए हैं। तो उसका कि वो एक अलग गवर्नेंस स्ट्रक्चर है, वो हर स्टेट में नहीं मिलता है। जो यहाँ आसाम में आपको मिलेगा, बाकी नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स में मिलेगा। तो वो एक अलग फैक्टर है जब हम सोचते हैं। हिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, असम में, बोडोलैंड में, तो वो एक फैक्टर है। पॉजिटिव चीज ये है कि अभी चीजें धीरे धीरे हम अब पीस एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं, आपके वहाँ बहुत बड़ा इंस्टीट्यूट पीस बिल्डिंग पे आ रहा है, यूनिवर्सिटी। हाँ, BTR गवर्नमेंट का जो इनिशिएटिव है उसमें, लेकिन वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ हिस्ट्री है, उसमें भी बहुत ज्यादा यूथ के साथ एंगेज करना पड़ेगा, काम करना पड़ेगा। तो वो एक अहम फैक्टर है। बहुत सारे ऐसे एरियाज हैं, जैसे बोडोलैंड में देखो कुछ 200 प्लस ऐसे विलेजेस हैं जो रजिस्टर्ड नहीं है, जो फॉरेस्ट में है। तो उनके पास जानकारी कहाँ से पहुंचती है? हम टीवी देखते हैं, हमारे पास मोबाइल है, उसमें इंफॉर्मेशन आती है, हम पढ़ते हैं, न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ते हैं, वहां से इंफॉर्मेशन आती है। लेकिन बहुत सारे आज भी ऐसे एरियाज हैं, बोडोलैंड के डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी, आसाम के डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी, जहाँ जो एक्सेस टू इंफॉर्मेशन है वो सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज है कि उन तक सही जानकारी हम कैसे पहुंचाए। तो अनदर फैक्टर कल्चरल एथनिक डाइवर्सिटी है, बहुत सारे ट्राइबल ग्रुप से अपना कल्चर है, ट्राइबल में भी सब ग्रुप्स है, उनका अपना कल्चर है। लैंग्वेज जो है, अपने अपने बहुत सारे ऐसे डायलेक्ट्स है, खुद का स्क्रिप्ट नहीं है। तो हम बोलते तो है लेकिन वो लिखने के लिए स्क्रिप्ट नहीं है। और हम नई जो एजुकेशन पॉलिसीज में बोल रहे हैं कि बच्चों को अपने अपने मातृभाषा में पढ़ाना है ना, वो बोल रहे हैं ना कुछ साल तक। तो वो फिर आगे जाके अपनी मदर टंग में पढ़ के फिर वो जब ट्रांजिशन होता है प्राइमरी टू हाई स्कूल, प्राइमरी टू सेकेंडरी, वहां क्या चैलेंजेस हैं? जेंडर इक्विटी इश्यूज भी हैं, जेंडर के बहुत सारे ऐसे नॉर्म्स हैं जिसके कारण जो हम रिजल्ट अचीव करना चाहते हैं, बहुत सारे इंडिकेटर हैं। चाइल्ड मैरिज से लेके गर्ल्स एजुकेशन की जब हम बात करते हैं, विमेन्स माल न्यूट्रिशन, एडोलेसेंस माल न्यूट्रिशन, इन सब चीज में जेंडर और सोशल नॉर्म्स का बहुत ही अहम रोल है। और उसी के लिए यहाँ पे जो टीचर्स हैं, बहुत सारे बच्चे अभी आए, शायद वो स्कूल से वो आए या दूसरे सेशन से आए। सो एडोलेसेंस है, उनके साथ एंगेज करके उनके साथ कैसे इन सब मुद्दों पे बात करें। बहुत सारे जो रिलीजियस लीडर हैं उसका इन्फ्लुएंस है। हम लोग काम कर रहे थे कार्बी आंगलोंग में, ऐसे ग्रुप थे कि वो कोविड का वैक्सीन लेने के लिए तैयार ही नहीं थे, बहुत ज्यादा हेजिटेंसी था, मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे अलग अलग। और वो सेकंड डोज फर्स्ट डोज में भी वो चैलेंज आ रही थी, कवरेज बहुत कम था। तो हमने जाके वहाँ जो लोकल इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैं, जो रिलीजियस लीडर्स हैं, उनके साथ बात करके उनको सेंसिटाइज करके उन्होंने फिर इस ग्रुप को समझाया। और वो जो हेजिटेंसी थी उसको हम तो फेथ बेस्ड लीडर्स जो हैं, लोकल कम्युनिटी लीडर्स, हमारे वहाँ गांव पूरा जो है उसका बहुत लोग उनकी बातें मानते हैं, तो वो एक फैक्टर से और उनके साथ एंगेज करके हम प्रोग्रामिंग को कैसे स्ट्रेंथन करें। तो बहुत सारे ये वर्ड्स हैं। सरकार में पहले और आज भी हो रहा है कि आईसी करना है, आईसी करना है। तो क्या होता है, लिफलेट आपके पास इंफॉर्मेशन वाला पैम्फलेट पहुंच जाता है, लिफलेट पहुंच जाता है, बस स्टेशन पे, रेलवे स्टेशन पे बड़े बड़े होर्डिंग्स लग जाते हैं अलग अलग इश्यूज पे, एजुकेशन की बात हो, हेल्थ की बात हो। तो ये था कि हम फोकस कर रहे थे इंफॉर्मेशन, एजुकेशन, कम्युनिकेशन पे। फिर हम सीखते हैं, है ना, हम अपने अनुभव से, हम अपने फेलियर से, अपने लर्निंग से, फिर पता चला कि ये काम है, उसके साथ साथ बात भी करनी पड़ेगी। तो हम काउंसलिंग पे जोर देने लगे, इंटरपर्सनल कम्युनिकेशन पे। सो हमने सिखाया, आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स को सिखाया, आशा को सिखाया कि जब आप मदर्स के साथ बात करते हो, फादर्स के साथ बात करते हो, कुछ उनको टूल्स दिए कि जैसे टीवी पे बहुत अच्छे अच्छे वीडियोस उन्होंने दिखाए, तो अलग अलग टूल्स के माध्यम से आज आप कम्युनिटी के साथ कैसे एंगेज कर सकते हैं। तो इंटरपर्सनल कम्युनिकेशन का हमने इम्पोर्टेंस समझा। फिर बिहेवियर चेंज, फिर लगा कि ये दोनों चीज, क्योंकि बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स ऐसे हैं कि जिसमें आपने अगर अवेयरनेस जनरेट करने से चीजें बदल जाती तो आज सोसाइटी में कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं होता, है ना। तो वो पता चला कि उससे नहीं होगा, उससे एक और कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव अप्रोच की जरूरत है, जिसमें बिहेवियर चेंज कम्युनिकेशन। और अभी का करंट कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव फ्रेमवर्क फॉर चेंज व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इज सोशल एंड बिहेवियर चेंज, जिसमें हमने ये समझ में आया कि जब तक आप हर लेवल पे काम नहीं करेंगे तब तक जो एक्सपेक्टेड डिजायर्ड चेंज है वो लाना मुश्किल है। मेरी बातें समझ में आ रही है? मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ वो थोड़ा एक बार हाथ ऊपर कर दो जिसको समझ में आ रहा है। हाँ, ओके ओके, गुड गुड गुड, थैंक यू। ओके, तो ये पूरा जो था कैसे इवॉल्व हुई चीजें, आईसी टू बिहेवियर चेंज कम्युनिकेशन टू सोशल एंड बिहेवियर चेंज कम्युनिकेशन। सो ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, और खास तौर पे हेल्थ सेक्टर्स में पहले बहुत काम हुआ, फिर पता चला कि नहीं, बाकी सब जगह पे भी रूटीन इम्यूनाइजेशन में बहुत सारे मॉडल है सोशल एंड बिहेवियर चेंज के। तो ये है, ये थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सी चीज है, लेकिन हम उसको सिंपल तरीके से एक एग्जांपल लेते हैं और चाइल्ड मैरिज का ही लेते हैं आजकल हम, और उस पे बात ज्यादा करते हैं, तो उसी से शुरू करते हैं। अगर हमें ऐसा लगता है कि हमारे कम्युनिटी में, हमारे गांव में, हमारे रीजन में, बोडोलैंड रीजन में जो बाल विवाह है वो एक समस्या है, एक चैलेंज है, तो उसको एड्रेस कैसे करना है। तो वो जो कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव तरीके से अगर एड्रेस करना है तो ये अलग अलग लेवल है। तो एक तो आपको इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे काम करना पड़ेगा, लोगों के अवेयरनेस को बढ़ाना पड़ेगा कि पढ़ाना जरूरी है। अगर लड़कियां हैं, लड़के हैं, लड़कियों को जल्दी स्कूल ड्रॉप आउट जल्दी हो जाती है, तो वो कंटिन्यू करे, वो इम्पोर्टेंट है। फिर उनको ये अवेयर करना है कि चाइल्ड मैरिज होंगे तो उसके क्या एडवर्स इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है, लड़की पे भी, लड़के पे भी, पूरे फैमिली पे। तो आपको नॉलेज, एटीट्यूड्स, बिहेवियर पे इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे काम करना है। क्या सिर्फ हम इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे काम करेंगे तो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगा? आंसर इज नो। आपको इंटरपर्सनल लेवल पे, तो फैमिली, फ्रेंड्स, आपके सोशल नेटवर्क जो है, जैसे टीचर्स हैं, वो भी सेम मैसेज स्कूल में अगर दे रहे हैं, घर पे जा रहे हैं तो पेरेंट्स भी सेम, उनको पता है। तो वो जो दूसरा इसमें स्टेज है, स्टेप है, वो इंटरपर्सनल है। थर्ड इज कम्युनिटी। मैं पेरेंट हूँ और एज अ पेरेंट मैं समझ गया कि बेटी को पढ़ाना चाहिए, बेटे को भी पढ़ाना चाहिए, और अगर बेटी है तो उसको 18 इयर्स के बाद ही शादी करना है। ये लॉ भी है, लीगली भी 18 के बाद ही कर सकते हो। मैं समझ गया, मेरे घर में सब लोग समझ गए, लेकिन जो जिस कम्युनिटी में मैं रह रहा हूँ वो नहीं समझ रहे। उनका तो ये है कि अगर आपके वहां 16 साल की बेटी है, 17 साल की, वो पूछना स्टार्ट कर देते, वो क्या है, सोशल नॉर्म है ना, कि क्यों पढ़ा रहे हो। हाँ, या फिर अगर पढ़ना उसके बंद कर दिया है, स्कूल ड्रॉप आउट है, तो अभी घर पे बैठी है तो इसको जल्दी शादी कर दो। तो पेरेंट्स ने समझा, फैमिली ने समझा, फिर भी बाकी का जो कम्युनिटी है उसका इतना इन्फ्लुएंस है, प्रेशर है, कि माँ बाप को सोचने पे मजबूर हो जाते हैं कि जल्दी शादी करके इसको भेज दो। तो आपको कम्युनिटी के साथ भी काम करना पड़ेगा, जो हमारे सोशल नॉर्म्स है उसके ऊपर काम करना पड़ेगा, ताकि एक इनेबलिंग एनवायरनमेंट हम लोग क्रिएट कर सके। बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं, जैसे यहाँ पे भी देखो आप, बहुत सारे सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, फेथ बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं, बहुत सारे नेटवर्क हैं। आपके वहाँ स्टूडेंट यूनियन भी बहुत स्ट्रांग है ना। तो वो सबको सेंसिटाइज करना पड़ेगा, उनके सबके साथ एंगेज करना पड़ेगा। हाँ, तभी एक एटमॉस्फेयर बनेगा कि गर्ल चाइल्ड है उसको वैल्यू करो, उसके एजुकेशन पे फोकस करो। बॉयज के लिए भी एजुकेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है। शादी के लिए एडोलेसेंस के साथ आप एंगेज करो, उनका लाइफ स्किल एनहांसमेंट के लिए। हाँ, हमारे वहाँ ये बहुत होता है इलोपमेंट, कि लड़का और लड़की भाग के कम उम्र में शादी कर लेते हैं। अब उनको लगता है कि भाई नहीं, अब मुझे कोई पसंद आ गया या पसंद आ गई तो शादी कर लेना है। पर उनको ये समझ देना कि आप जिसको पसंद करते हैं उसके साथ शादी करने में दिक्कत नहीं है। प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि सही एज में सही डिसीजन लेना। तो अगर वो टीचर को पता है, माँ बाप को पता है, जो एडोलेसेंट बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स के साथ बात करें कि आपको कैरियर बनाना है, उसके बाद जाके आप जो डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस है, लाइफ स्किल हम कैसे सिखाते हैं बच्चों को, घर में क्या एटमॉस्फेयर डिस्कशन होता है कि नहीं है, तो हर लेवल पे बात करनी है। और लास्ट में जो है पॉलिसी और इनेबलिंग एनवायरनमेंट। तो हमारे जो लीगल फ्रेमवर्क उसमें कि हमने बोल तो दिया कि ये इलीगल है, इसकी अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना, लोगों तक पहुंचना। सरकार की सर्विसेज है, जैसे चाइल्ड लाइन है, क्या हम सबको पता है कि ये चाइल्ड लाइन है? स्कूल में टीचर्स को पता है, बच्चों को पता है। क्या अगर लाइफ में चैलेंजेस या इश्यूज हैं तो चाइल्ड लाइन पे फोन कर सकते हैं, क्या हमें वो पता है? बहुत सारे ऐसे गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स हैं, हाँ, जो एजुकेशन, गर्ल्स एजुकेशन को प्रमोट कर रहे थे। लड़कियां ज्यादा थे उसके लिए बीच में स्कूटी का एक स्कीम था, शायद अभी भी चल रहा है ना, हायर एजुकेशन। इन सब का क्या उद्देश्य है? क्यों? व्हाट वी आर डूइंग इज कि हम बच्चियों का जो एजुकेशन है उसको प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, ये अलग अलग सोशल प्रोटेक्शन स्कीम से। सो ये इसको जो सर्कल वाला जो मॉडल था उसको हम सोशियो इकोलॉजिकल मॉडल बोलते हैं। सो उसमें फिजिकल एनवायरनमेंट इंपॉर्टेंट है, जिस कल्चर से हम आते हैं दैट इज इम्पोर्टेंट। सोशल एनवायरनमेंट इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि एक चीज, एक परिवार बदलने से सब लोग नहीं बदलेंगे उस परिवार को। तो ये एक कलेक्टिव एफर्ट से एक इनेबलिंग एनवायरनमेंट हमें क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा। ओके, ये जब हम बोलते हैं कि सोशल एंड बिहेवियर चेंज, सो ये इन सब चीजों पे हम काम करते हैं। एज यूनिसेफ और बहुत सारे ऐसे डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर्स में काम करने वाले या सोशल एंड बिहेवियर चेंज स्ट्रेटेजी पे काम करने वाले लोग ही ये करीब करीब सब चीजें करते हैं। सिस्टम स्ट्रेंथनिंग में हम गवर्नमेंट के साथ काम करते हैं। अभी हम हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट हो, आपका आईसीडीएस हो, आईसीपीएस हो, ये सारे अलग अलग WCD है, वहां पे आईसी पे बहुत बजट होता है। हाँ, उनके पास पैसे होते हैं कि लोगों में अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करो, उनका जो भी मैंडेट है उसमें, तो उनका कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हो कि वो होलिस्टिक सोचे कि सिर्फ लिफलेट बनाने से, वीडियोस बना लेने से हम जो बिहेवियर चेंज लाना चाहते हैं, सोशल चेंज, उससे नहीं होगा। सो एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव फ्रेमवर्क का यूज करें, अच्छे से प्लान करें, तो वो सिस्टम स्ट्रेंथनिंग की वहां पे हम बात करते हैं। दूसरा जो है स्ट्रेटेजिक कम्युनिकेशन। आगे मैं थोड़ा और भी बात करूंगा कि आप अपना मैसेज लोगों तक कैसे पहुंचाते हैं। एक तरीका है जैसे मैं बोल रहा हूँ बोल के बताना, दूसरा तरीका है कि जैसे सर ने प्रेजेंट किया वीडियो के फॉर्म में, वीडियो शोज आप कर रहे हैं, उसको कैसे आप एंगेजिंग बनाओ, कैसे आप उसको एंटरटेनमेंट भी है, जैसे हमने फोकलोर का हम लोग यूज करते हैं, आज बच्चे परफॉर्म भी करने वाले हैं, उसमें आप अपना मैसेज को इंटीग्रेट करो। हमने माल न्यूट्रिशन लास्ट पोषण माह में विमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के साथ मिलके पपेट्री का यूज किया, असमीज कल्चर में जिसको हम पुतला नाच बोलते हैं। हाँ, बहुत एंगेजिंग फॉर्म है, तो उसके जरिए वो उसमें एंटरटेनमेंट भी है, एजुकेशन में भी है, एजुकेशन भी है, तो इसलिए एड्यूटेनमेंट हम बोलते हैं। हमारे पास आधार का एक पैकेज है। कोविड के टाइम पे दूर से नमस्ते एक शायद आजकल भी आ रहा है वो दूरदर्शन पे, एक सीरीज था। तो आप अलग अलग तरीके से स्ट्रेटेजिक कम्युनिकेशन, माजुली, धेमाजी जैसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं जो जहां हमारे वहां पे भी है मीडिया डार्क एरिया है, सो हम कम्युनिटी रेडियो का यूज करते हैं। हाँ, ताकि कम्युनिटी रेडियो के थ्रू हम ऐसे जो रिवराइन विलेजेस हैं, रिमोट एरियाज है, वहां तक पहुंच सके। सो स्ट्रेटेजिक कम्युनिकेशन इज इम्पोर्टेंट, पार्टनरशिप इज इम्पोर्टेंट। यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ पार्टनरशिप करके आपके CSOs हैं, सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, उनके साथ आप पार्टनरशिप करते हो। कुछ नॉन ट्रेडिशनल पार्टनर्स है, अगर गांव पूरा एज अ प्लेटफॉर्म वो बहुत इन्फ्लुएंशियल है तो उनके साथ काम करना जरूरी है। हाँ, तो वो अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म और अलग अलग स्ट्रक्चर के साथ पार्टनरशिप करके सिविक एंगेजमेंट। सो सिविक एंगेजमेंट में बहुत सारी चीजें, आप सोशल कैपिटल बिल्डिंग की जब हम बात करते हैं, विमेन्स कलेक्टिव के साथ आप बात करो, यूथ का पूरा नेटवर्क है। हाँ, एनएसएस से कोई है क्या यहाँ पे बच्चों में से? एनएसएस, हाँ एक है एकदम लास्ट में। तो एनएसएस है जो यूथ बिल्डिंग के लिए कि नेशन बिल्डिंग में यूथ कैसे कंट्रीब्यूट करे। एनसीसी है। सो ये सारे जो प्लेटफॉर्म है उसका यूज करके हम जो बच्चों का एजेंडा है या जो हमारे चैलेंजेस है उसको कैसे एड्रेस करें। और लास्ट है कि एविडेंस जनरेशन। हम जब डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं, कुछ छोटी मोटी बीमारी है तो ठीक है वो दवाई दे देते हैं, अगर कोई बड़ी कंप्लेन है तो वो क्या करते हैं, कुछ रिपोर्ट्स, कुछ टेस्ट लिख देते हैं ना, ये ब्लड टेस्ट करवा के लेके आ जाओ एक, ताकि डायग्नोसिस सही हो, है ना। तो हम भी अगर काम कर रहे हैं कि भाई कोकराझार में या बक्सा में, हाँ ओके, सो टाइम का सिग्नल आ गया, इसको हम थोड़ा स्पीड अप करेंगे। सो कोकराझार या बक्सा में गर्ल्स एजुकेशन फॉर एग्जांपल कम है, तो उसका रीजन जानना है, पेरेंट्स से बात करना पड़ेगा, टीचर से बात करना पड़ेगा, एडोलेसेंट बॉयज गर्ल्स से बात करना पड़ेगा। सो एविडेंस जनरेशन जिसमें हम बिहेवियरल इनसाइट्स का यूज करते हैं, वो दैट इज वेरी क्रिटिकल। ओके, हम कर क्या रहे हैं, हम माने एज अ यूनिसेफ। सो नॉर्थ ईस्ट की जब हम बात करते हैं, सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू बिल्ड अ इकोसिस्टम, वी आर ट्राइंग टू स्ट्रेंथन द इकोसिस्टम फॉर सोशल एंड बिहेवियर चेंज प्रोग्रामिंग। उसके लिए नॉर्थ ईस्ट एसपीसी अलायंस है, आसाम डॉन बॉस्को यूनिवर्सिटी में सेक्रेटेरिएट है, और उसके थ्रू हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बहुत सारे यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, रिस्क कम्युनिकेशन, कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट। कोविड के टाइम में वी मैप 100+ FDOs and CSOs across 8 नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट, और उनको फिर कोविड रिस्पॉन्स में, और आज वो बाकी एरियाज में भी वो लोग काम कर रहे हैं। इंटीग्रेशन, सो बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं तो स्कूल के होंगे, लेकिन कॉलेज में अगर आपका जो करिकुलम है, मास कम्युनिकेशन हो, सोशियोलॉजी हो, सोशल वर्क हो, उसमें जो करंट अप्रोचेस है सोशल एंड बिहेवियर चेंज का, उसको कैसे इंटीग्रेट करें। एफबीओ सीओसओ की बात की है, बिहेवियरल इनसाइट्स की कुछ इनोवेशन का हम यूज कर रहे हैं। फोकलोर का हमने टी गार्डन में यूज किया, फिर उसको फर्दर हमने स्केल अप किया 4000 प्लस स्कूल्स डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन के साथ मिलके, ठीक है। और प्लान जो उनका, जो गवर्नमेंट का प्लान है जिसको पीआईपी बोलते हैं जैसे हेल्थ में, तो उसमें कैसे एसपीसी इंटरवेंशंस वो प्रपोज करें, उसके लिए बजट एलोकेट करें, इम्पोर्टेंट है। सो ये बीटीआर के कुछ इंटरवेंशंस हैं। इसको एक हमने कम्युनिटी वॉलंटियर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं। 100 कम्युनिटी वॉलंटियर्स, तो 4 जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं वहां से 25। आइडिया ये था कि जो यूथ है, कॉलेज में यूथ है जो कुछ काम कर रहे हैं, जिसको कुछ अपने कम्युनिटी में कंट्रीब्यूट करना है, वैसे 100 कम्युनिटी वॉलंटियर्स। आइडिया ये था कि एक हम रोल मॉडल तैयार करें और उनके थ्रू जितने भी मैसेजेस हैं अलग अलग, फिर हमने थीम आइडेंटिफाई किया था जो रिलेवेंट है, उनका कैपेसिटी एनहांसमेंट किया, और स्टिल दे आर वर्किंग। तो बहुत सारे उसमें से एक्टिव यूथ हैं जो ये सारे मैसेजेस, मेल भी है फीमेल भी है, ये सारी चीजें वो कम्युनिटी तक ले, क्योंकि दे आर द लोकल यूथ, सो उसका भी एक और इम्पैक्ट है, ठीक है। फोकलोर का मैंने बोला डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कल्चरल स्टडी तेजपुर यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ कोलैबोरेट करके हमने ये मॉडल पहले टी गार्डन में और फिर उसको स्केल किया। campaign ये malnutrition पे specifically I was talking about the use of puppetry. So live puppetry episodes अभी हमने किए थे और उसी का डिजिटल वर्जन, और वो फिर हमने लास्ट पोषण माह, जन आंदोलन पोषण माह लास्ट अगस्त में, अगस्त या सितंबर, अक्रॉस ऑल 33 डिस्ट्रिक्ट इसको थ्रू फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स इसको रोल आउट किया था। These are few of the initiatives. एक हम parental engagement पे we are working with the बेटिया गवर्नमेंट, BTC के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, जिसमें परवरिश के चैंपियन दुलार, उसका बोडो में, असमीज में ट्रांसलेशन इज रेडी। हम जो सुपरवाइजर्स हैं, टीचर्स हैं, उनकी कैपेसिटी एनहांस करेंगे फॉर अर्ली चाइल्डहुड डेवलपमेंट। हम लोग बोल रहे हैं ना, बच्चे के जीवन में पहले जो 1000 दिन है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो हमें हमारे वहाँ पेरेंटिंग सिखाया नहीं जाता, हम लोग ऐसे ही पेरेंट्स बन जाते हैं, फिर अपने आप गलतियां करते करते सीखते हैं। तो रिस्पॉन्सिव पेरेंटिंग क्या होता है उसके बारे में एक जिसका हम रोल आउट करेंगे। एक बहुत ही अच्छा इनिशिएटिव बीटीआर गवर्नमेंट का है कि काउंसलिंग, कम्युनिटी काउंसलिंग इज इम्पोर्टेंट, क्योंकि कॉन्फ्लिक्ट का हिस्ट्री है। तो अभी तो पीसफुल है, लेकिन मेरे जो पास्ट एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, आज का जो यहाँ का जो यूथ है, उसको अगर सही से कोई अपनी अपनी चीजें वेंटिलेट करने के लिए काउंसलिंग मिल जाए, तो वो जो कम्युनिटी काउंसलिंग सेंटर का जो कंसेप्ट है, वो सारे काउंसलर को यूनिसेफ विल सपोर्ट बीटीआर गवर्नमेंट फॉर देयर कैपेसिटी एनहांसमेंट। सो आई थिंक दैट्स इट, थैंक यू। और सवाल लास्ट, धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Suresh, for beautifully putting us into the framework of how to go about doing SBC intervention in the northern states. So that's a quick takeaway. Yes, we have a very thick layers of social problems, and we need multiple levels of intervention, right from individual to family to society to communities to institutions. So we need to create enabling environment with advocacy, policy decisions, social mobilization. So this is what we have gained, and of course we'll have more interactive sessions later once the presentation is over. Our next speaker is Rose Amber Heyman, founder of Peace Cycle Foundation, Haiti. Would love to hear your story that will inspire us to be more active in this sphere, which is a huge development challenge that we continue to encounter in the region. Please.
going to check with this. Can you hear me in the back on this one? I also tend to move around a little, so I'm checking both to make sure. Is that okay also in the back? Great. Okay. I will start here because I have a few questions. If you hear me, I just want to know, this is going to help me know who is here. So I'm going to do this very quickly because our time is short and we're running a little behind. So if you were born in Assam, please stand up. Okay, thank you. That helps me. Now sit down. If you understand the Hindi language, please stand up. I hope almost everybody is standing, otherwise I know nobody was listening, right? Okay, super. I unfortunately do not stand up on that one, but I tried to pay attention and follow the slide. Let's see, if you have ever read a book by our very esteemed guest yesterday, Professor Muhammad Yunus, if you have ever read one of his books, please stand up. Highly recommended. Good, okay, you can sit down. If you are sitting here thinking you're feeling a little hungry, please stand up. I'm sorry for the bad news. You're going to have to wait a few minutes because we still have a few presentations, but it's going to be good. Okay, if you are a student at Bodoland University, please stand up. Here on campus. If you're a student, no, stay standing. If you're a student here, stay standing. Okay, now you students from this campus, no, stay standing. No. Stay standing and put your arms in the air, please. Arms up like this if you're a student at Bodoland. Okay. Now, if you're a student at another university, stand up. Bodoland, keep your hands up. If you're a student at a different university, stand up. If you stay standing, please stay standing. If you're a faculty at a university in Assam, please stand up. Teachers, university employees of any kind, stand up. Okay, if you, I see some thinking maybe you should stand. I think if you think you should stand, you probably stand. Let's see. If you are like me and you're not a student anywhere, but you are a lifelong learner and want to keep learning, please stand up. And if you're not learning, I'm really unfortunately sad because life is a big journey of learning. If you're a human being, stand up. If you're not standing, I am very concerned about you. Okay, now, if you are not a student at Bodoland University, please put your hands in the air just in solidarity because they have been holding them up for a very long time. Up, very high. Okay, now that we've all stretched, you can sit down. I feel like we've been sitting too long and that was my way of just getting us to move around a little bit, okay? I am here to tell you, as I was introduced, my name is Rose. My name is also Amber. Sometimes it's confused. Sometimes I'm Amber Rose. Part of that is just that pronunciation is difficult in where I live in Haiti, and so Rose is a much simpler name. You're welcome to call me either. But it's one of the things that we talk about behavior change, and that's what we're here to discuss today. And I will say, something as simple as changing my name, depending on where I'm living, is something we don't recognize, but that's a small part of our behavioral change. When we adapt to a culture, when we adapt to our living situation, when we adapt to the situation around us. So I actually want to share a little bit today. So as I was introduced, Mr. Monjim said, I have been living in the small country of Haiti. Sometimes I pronounce that a little differently than you sometimes, but the small island in the Caribbean shares the island with the Dominican Republic. It has been extremely, if you know anything about Haiti, it's probably bad news. And yesterday I was in a session with Mr. Victor Nazari, that many of you know, very responsible for all the activities this week. He quoted some of the issues here in Bodoland, and the words he said was, an all-pervasive fear, anger, and hatred, and a lost hope for the future was occurring here in Bodoland until more recently with the 2020 decision to really move forward with peace. And I have to say, I heard those words, and I resonated very much. I'm very blessed. I'm from the United States, and often that's perceived as a land of plenty and joy and happiness. But we have our struggles, as you know, in the United States. But I've been living for 9 years in Haiti, and the struggles there are so great. And I think many of you here can resonate very much with some of the suffering that we have experienced in Haiti. And hopefully that can be a common ground for me to present today. But I humbly tell you, I have no way of giving you any wisdom or any advice about behavior change in Northwest India or Northeast India, in Assam, in Bodoland. And this is your place, and only you can make that change. And I'm here, hopefully I can inspire you a little bit. Hopefully the many guests, the many visitors can maybe light a little flame within you. But don't take our words as golden. Take it into yourself, and I encourage you, do what you can in your place with your people to make your change in the world. Don't try to imitate somebody else, because only you can make the change in your space. So that's what I hope to share with you today, some encouragement of that. Unfortunately, Haiti is 10 and a half hours time change from here, so almost exactly day and night. So I wake up every morning here, and I check my messages of a whole day's worth while I was sleeping. They were awake, of the work they've been doing, the situations. And I'm a part of a security group in Haiti on WhatsApp that we share problems where we live. If you hear bad things or you know there's a dangerous place, don't go there. And I just thought, I was moved to share with you this morning what some of my messages were today. So this morning I woke up to 1 kidnapping in Delma, 1 kidnapping in Marlik, 2 kidnappings on Route Fair, 2 kidnappings in Nazon. There was a roadblock in Bel Air. There was another shooting, and then there was this message, because often people don't know what to say, and often people are illiterate, and they go hiding under their bed, and they record what they're hearing to share with others. And of course, and now my what I had to play for you is just spinning. So that's the beauty of technology in my world. But essentially, they recorded all the gunshots that they were hearing as they hid under the bed this morning. So these are the realities of a life of violence and fear. And I know, with great sadness, I know that many of you in this room can unfortunately relate to some of that anxiety from the past, and hopefully not for the future. And hopefully the change will be made. But Haiti has been hit with natural disaster, political unrest. We've had so much lawlessness. The gangs have taken over most of the nation. The president was assassinated a year ago. There's still no leadership in the nation a year and a half later. There's a lack of infrastructure, as I indicated this morning, just all the kidnappings that have been reported just within one day. Those things really hinder advancing a society. And I know, again, obviously we aren't sharing the exact same experiences, but on some level, the fear and anxiety of the unknown, of the instability, of the uncertainty, and fearing your own neighbor, not always knowing who and where is safe, is something that no human should have to experience. And I hope and pray that we can eventually create a peaceful environment worldwide, but we can only change, as I said, what is closest to us and what is near to us. So I think I come today, and I was invited I'm humbled to be invited amongst these many amazing speakers and people with so much experience and knowledge and education. And I'm not really sure I'm the person to be here. It's a knowledge fest, and admittedly, I do love knowledge. I love to learn, I love to read, I love to listen to other speakers. But I'm not sure I'm the one to bring the knowledge. I think that, there's plenty of people that have all these degrees in education, but above and beyond my desire for knowledge and education is my desire. I have a deep, deep passion for peace and for justice and for equality in the world. And I think that I'm never going to write a doctorate dissertation on peace and justice issues. But I am living in a place that's very desperate for peace and justice. I don't have any titles about crisis intervention, but I have lived in a very crisis place that needs a lot of intervention. And I think I very, very much care about the environment. And I probably will never win any awards for some environmental change I've made in the world, but I'm going to do what I can in my small space for the environment. And I think that if we can do those little things, hopefully that's even greater than, and again, I have admiration for all the deep thought and research that goes into so many amazing presentations. I don't have that. I don't have slideshows to show you and statistics to prove to you all the work that I've done. But I have a heart that's sincere, and I have a hope for the future, and I hope that that can be an inspiration. You maybe came to see very famous people and very well-renowned, educated people, but today I'm going to present to you, and I would say the last 10 years of my life, my one career or ultimate goal and what I have done in my life is I present to you a trash collector, a rag picker. That is what I have chosen to do, and that is not seen in the world as somebody to stand on a pedestal and somebody who receives these awards. I'm very humbled when I stand up here, but you also deserve a space on the stage, and I hope that one day I get to sit in the audience and hear your story of how you are changing your community in your small space. So our time is very limited, and I have a 3-minute video that can kind of summarize what would probably take me 20 minutes to say. So I'm going to ask Mr. Monchi, if you don't mind, play that video, and then I'll share a little more about what we're doing in Haiti.
It was really just a fun activity for some of the neighborhoods. My name is Rose, and I started this years ago when I saw a lot of trash on the ground, and it was really just a fun activity for some of the neighbor ladies. Like, oh, let's go into this and do some fun activity, and we ended up making a product that was really cool. And these 3 ladies who were a part of it were showing it around the neighborhood and showing everybody what they made. And I recognized at that moment that the dignity of having created something of value was far beyond any kind of amount of money or pay that someone could receive. And I think that changed my heart. I think we realized that we all just want to belong, we want to be productive, and we want other people to be proud of us. And that caused me to want to create a job, a sustainable, dignified job, a place for people to seek not only employment to earn an income, but also a place to have family and community and to build one another up.
Si nou ka ramase sachet, e lot nou ka ramase bito, e lot nou ka ramase platan boate, vose si tout moun a pou ramase platan, yo le nou gade, mèm le mwen mèm pa awe sa, mèm vose piti, nou ka awe yon realize.
Se pou transform, il faut répondre par la société. Et pour chaque des respect humain. Et puis permettre une programmation de l'homme, parce que l'homme peut aller vivre ensemble, quelle soit pour leur nationalité.
Porque mwen yon kompon ki sa fe.
Parce que longtemps, on a parlé de qui j'en ai été, mais qui n'ont pas compris, mais qui n'ont pas pensé, c'est comment ça m'a fait. Dans Haïti, on a parlé de longtemps.
water bags are thrown on the ground and they're stepped on and they're dirty, they're seen as not having any value at all. And unfortunately, oftentimes in society, we get stepped on and diminished in that same way, and we feel that we have no value. So the goal of Peace Cycle, beyond production, beyond even recycling an environment, is to create a dignified place where we recognize we are of value, and we can take something that is dirty and trampled and maybe hasn't been treated well in the past, and we can lift it up and make something of value out of not only the product, but also ourselves.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that video just gives you a quick little summary of the things that we do in Haiti. Basically, it's a plastic trash that's a water bag, a sachet. Here in India, we often have milk in basically the same kind of size you can buy. But in Haiti, rather than a bottle like this, they sell the water in a small pouch. And so that's what we drink on the street. So I have a few things to show you, a little bit of what we make and things, but mostly today, I want to share with you, and again, our time is short, so if you have questions and you want to share and we run out of time, I'm around for the next few days as well, so happy to chat a little bit in other ways. But I think the most important things, I realized the sound was a little hard in the video, but again, the trash was thrown on the ground, and we pick it up and we make something very strong, very durable, and very beautiful. And a worthwhile thing out of that trash. And I think the ultimate goal is to create that dignity in every human being. We've all been stepped on in some way. I don't care how educated you are, how rich you are, what kind of house you live in. In some way we have been hurt and we have been wounded. And if we can lift one another up and create a valuable human being, we will be a better society and a better world as a whole. And I think that when we talk about behavioral change, I think that they asked me to come here thinking that I would talk about how we change things in Haiti, but I really want to share a little bit more about what I had to change. So originally, I wanted to help make a business that would be a local business, making local products, selling to local people. And I quickly realized that if we created a product and paid a fair wage to the people making it, there was no way that the local customers would be able to afford it. And I realized that this was a problem. So my idea was maybe a positive one, but it wasn't going to work. So I had to change. I had to learn, okay, we can make a product locally, but I am blessed to be from a country that has a different income status. So I had to work on a marketing to sell things in the United States coming from Haiti. So I had to adapt and change that. I thought I'm going to teach people that they can do a job, that they can work at home, because that would be really lovely. They have families, they have commitments, they can do the work when they want. What I learned is culturally, their desire was to go to work, to be proud of the work they do, to go and arrive at work every day and have a place to go and know that everybody was depending on them arriving. We had to get a workshop. That was that I had to change my thinking. I thought, well, I'm going to be pretty relaxed in what they have to wear to work, because it's a factory. It's not a factory, it's just a small little workshop. And then we work with trash, and it's a little dirty. So they can wear whatever they want to wear as long as it's respectful. No, they wanted to have a uniform because that makes them even more proud of the work that they do. They get to walk to work wearing the uniform. I had to change what I thought might be better and make sure that I was working with the population that I'm working with and knowing their needs. And I think that, yes, I can talk about the changes that happened in Haiti. We've been devastated with the earthquake. We've been devastated with cyclones. We've been devastated with political unrest. There's been a lot of change. But the truth is, the change starts in an individual. And for us, you could see on the video, even if the sound wasn't so good, what we do is we pick up trash. And it's dirty. And that's not a dignifying job in any part of the world. I don't care what country, what culture, what language you speak. Picking up trash is not seen as a positive thing. Of course, we were all made fun of and, oh, you're crazy. You belong in the hospital because you don't think straight. You're picking up trash. You're a dirty person. You're an uneducated person. And I had to have a cheerleading session with the group. And I said, trust me, just wait. Those same people making fun of you are going to be jealous of you soon. And once you know, 2 months later, they have a staff uniform. They're walking to work. They're carrying this big bag to work, bringing all their things. You know, they're so proud. They have this bag that they just made out of all the trash. And all those people who were making fun of them on the roads before, hey, can I have one of those bags? Can you get me one of those bags? I want one of those bags. Are you working? Can I have a job? Can I work with you? These same people who were making fun of them started envying their life. And I think that is it takes time. Behavioral change is not something that just happens. But again, it happens within us. And I think I have to chuckle because, again, I'm not sure I really belong here. I was blessed to meet a few people at Don Bosco last month, and then they told me about this and invited me to come, and I'm very humbled. But it's funny because they first contacted me, and Mr. Nazari said, could you be willing to speak on the peace building? Of course, my organization, we call it Peace Cycle. I'm very passionate about peace. And I was like, oh, wow, I would be so honored. He writes to me a few days later and he says, actually, the work you do is so appropriate. We were wanting to change you into the climate justice group. Would you be willing to speak in that group? I said, oh, of course, that's very close to my heart. And I've been working for a decade now in climate issues. So yes, that would be great. And then a few days later, he contacts me and says, actually, do you think that you would be able to speak in the behavioral change group? Sure, there's a lot of change that has had to happen in order to make this happen, to make this possible. And then I started thinking, is this a psychological study? Are they playing a trick on me? Because if this was testing me, am I willing to change? Am I willing to adapt? Am I willing to be the very example that I might stand on a podium and speak about behavioral change? Can I do that? And a part of me was like, oh gosh, I kind of started thinking about this and I started writing this and I had this idea. But if I'm going to speak about change and I can't change myself, then I don't belong up here. And I think we all have to look into ourselves and think of that. I know time is of the essence, so I speed along a little bit, but I didn't say this ahead of time, and I'm not sure that I would have been invited if they knew that I was going to say this, but this is a knowledge fest. And we keep putting knowledge on this pedestal. If you have good statistics, if you do the proper thing, if you write the grant proposal, if you do these things, if you have a doctorate degree, if you do these things, then you are going to be successful. I'm here to say, knowledge is not the answer. Because I think a lot of people use their degree, they use their title, they might use their family name that puts them at a higher esteem in the community. Maybe it's their caste, maybe it's the title that they've been given from different work or the award that they've won. But they use that to be a leader of change that doesn't last. Because when someone is directing you, but they don't know and understand you, you will do it only because you're doing what you are expected to do and you want to behave. But if that person is on your level, I was so honored by just being in the presence of Dr. Yunus yesterday. And I love what he says about the bird's eye view and the worm's eye view. If your leader is not on the worm's eye view with you, you aren't going to change. And if you are the leader and you are not on the worm's eye view with the people you're working with, they're not going to change. And I think we all have to find that in ourselves, and we have to be humble leaders, and we have to be, this is a group that's if you are here today, you are of a group that is blessed beyond most of the population. So you have the power to make a change. And I think India is blessed with so many amazing people that have gone before. Mother Teresa is one of my favorite heroes in the world, and she said, just change the person beside you. If you can make a difference to the person beside you, you have been successful. Another very famous person from India is Gandhi, of course. I think we can all look up to him as well. And he's known for a quote that I've read on the interwebs, is argued whether he really said it or not, but you need to be the change that you want to see in the world. But the story behind that is that a mother came to Gandhi and said, will you teach my son not to eat so much sugar? And he said, yeah, please come back next week and I'll talk to your son. And he said, and she was like, okay, but we're right here. Why don't you just talk to him now? But she left and she came back next week, and Gandhi then spoke to the son and told him, like your mother says, you eat too much sugar, you shouldn't eat so much sugar. I don't know that this story is true. I read it on the internet. But regardless, the point was, the mothers asked Gandhi, why didn't you just tell him that last week? He said, because I too ate too much sugar. So I needed to spend a week refraining from sugar so that I could have the wisdom to share with your son. And I think that that is the exact key for us, that if we don't change ourselves, all the sciences of behavioral change go to the wayside if we're not willing to adapt as well. And I leave this, I'm from the United States, I'm from a state called Indiana, not well known for too many things. It's pretty plain, a lot of cornfields and cows we have. But one famous person that most of you probably know who's from Indiana is Michael Jackson. So he hails from my state, and he had a song that is very pertinent. He called it The Man in the Mirror. And the words are, I'm talking to the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. And if I want the world, if I want to make the world a better place, then I have to look at myself and make that change. And I think that if we titled this that we're embracing, accepting, and promoting change. And you know, we're at these conferences, we're taking notes, we're studying things, we may never look at them again. If I could encourage you to write one thing down and to remember one thing from this, from my small contribution to this week, that change starts with me. And I think that if we can remember that, and if we can take that forward, whatever the topic that you are passionate about, whatever it is that you are working on, whatever area of peace, justice, environment, there are so many parts of the world that need change and that need help and that they need somebody to be the fire underneath to make that difference. And it could be in Assam, it could just be here in Bodoland, it could be in your household. The change doesn't have to be so great. We look at these heroes. I mean, Muhammad Yunus, as I said, is one of my many heroes. But I don't expect to be that big. I don't want to be that big. I would be able to handle that. I can't do all that. I know my limitations. And I think that if we're willing to be small, if we're willing to be bumped and bruised and scratched in the process of the hard work that we're doing, we're going to have dirt underneath our fingernails. We're going to have sleepless nights that aren't so pleasant, but I think that we have the power then to make that change. And I hope that if it's just a tiny inspiration for each of us to make that small change in the world, then maybe we can go forward doing that. So I thank you for your time, and I'm honored to be here. And I think I've gone over my time, but perhaps if people have questions, if we don't have time for that now, I'm happy to do that on an individual basis later, sure. So I thank you so much.
Thank you so much for enlightening us what each and all of us can be to bring change. And also answering the basic question, that is, how do we make change? And it is I that can make change. So thank you so much for inspiring us. Our next speaker is Barsha Chanda, Chief Executive Officer, Inpatient Institute of Health, New York. May I request you to present the section.
Is this being cut? Can you all see behind the full screen? Can you see the full screen behind? Thanks.
गुड आफ्टरनून, नमस्ते। मेरा नाम वर्षा है। मेरा नाम वर्षा है, लेकिन in North India they have made it Varsha, so we will go with Varsha. Thank you very much, respected Chairman, for this session. Thank you to the Bodoland University for inviting us here. My respected panelists and ladies and gentlemen, Angrezi ya Hindi, you have to tell me. And I will Hindi. Hindi is more comfortable. Is it?
Yes, Cindy.
দুটো ভাষা ঠিক আছে okay so I have to talk about something which is so different from what has gone on before, behavior change. And Rose, thank you very much. That was a very, very interesting presentation in which Rose said that the only person you can actually change, the change starts with me. But I will go a bit further and I will say कि change आप एक ही बंदे का कर सकते हो, and that is yourself. You cannot change anyone else in the world. So try changing your children, your parents, your father, your mother, your sisters, your hubby, your spouse. It doesn't happen. So then why are we here? क्यों हम यहाँ पे बैठ के इतने बातें कर रहे हैं about change? तो पूरा नहीं change करेंगे. जैसे Prasenjit was talking just a little bit earlier about TB elimination and eradication. तो हम totally eradicate नहीं करेंगे behaviors को, but we will try to eliminate some behaviors which we feel are detrimental to the way in which we are learning, living, being, growing. तो एक बात जो दो मॉडल्स हमने यहाँ पे देखे थे बिहेवियर चेंज के, और उनको गोले गोले थे. क्या था उसका नाम? इसको याद है? एक प्रसन्नजीत ने दिखाया था, एक सुरेश जी ने दिखाया था. कुछ गोले गोले थे ऐसे नहीं? कमाल है. थियरी ऑफ चेंज के बारे में जब हम बात कर रहे थे, है ना, तो उस थियरी ऑफ चेंज में सुरेश भाई टॉक्ड अबाउट आईपीसी, इंटरपर्सनल कम्युनिकेशन. कितने लोगों ने शोले देखी है? शोले, गब्बर सिंह वाली? Quite a few. Good. So if you have seen Sholay, you know these guys, they ride into the village and they say कि गब्बर सिंह ने बोला है कि ये सब चीजें हमें दे दो, and they collect the hafta from the villagers. You remember that scene? Yeah. तो किसके बात करते हैं वो? हफ्ता कलेक्ट करने आते हैं तो किसके डर से हफ्ता कलेक्ट करवाते हैं? गब्बर की, right? Yes. So Gabbar Singh is the person who is in the scene behind, and they do IPC with the villagers. This is an interpersonal communication with the villagers using an advocate who is Gabbar Singh. So अभी मैंने आपको advocate का भी definition दिया है. और एक सीन आप याद करेंगे, धर्मेंद्र टंकी के ऊपर चढ़ जाता है. Remember that? Why does he climb on the टंकी? शादी किसकी? उसकी शादी बसंती के साथ करवाने के लिए, है ना? So what is he doing वहां पे? वहां पे जो वो कर रहा है वो है social mobilization. He's mobilizing people together so that his marriage can be fixed. Why? Because there is a Mausi, you remember? Mausi ji is not willing to get Dharmender married to Basanti. इसीलिए he mobilizes people and he gets himself married off. Those people in turn advocate with Mausi ji. पहले advocacy वैसे कौन करता है मौसी जी के साथ? Who does the first advocacy? Amitabh does the first advocacy. Is it a good advocacy? Do you think it's a good advocacy? Yes or no? No. क्योंकि उसके because of him actually मौसी से इस बंदे के साथ कौन शादी करवाएगा? बिल्कुल नहीं, भाग जाओ यहाँ से. तो वो तो भगा देती है. So very nice to hear these things when we are talking about them. But I'm going to go back a little bit more, and I'm hunting for my... Thank you. Right. So I'm going to go a little bit back on what are behaviors. हम behavior change की बात कर रहे हैं, है ना? और if a behavior आज के दिन में in today's social media world We know everything that is there. So you talk to any kid, you talk to anyone for that matter, any youth, anyone, and you tell them this is good for you, and the first answer that you get is, yeah. What's the first answer you get when you try to tell your kids do this?
I know my responsibility.
I know. It starts with I know. Then फिर बाद में और क्या? What they know is that. So अगर let's think. If people knew about their behaviors, if people thought that हाँ exercise करना अच्छा है, तो every day in the morning we would see people running, jogging, lifting weights, yoga करते हुए, pranayam करते हुए. Wouldn't that be there? But do we do that? No, we don't see. We don't see those behaviors. What do we see? We know that talking on the mobile while driving is not good, yet we will see rash drivers who are driving over speed limits और मोबाइल पे बात कर रहे होते हैं, messages text कर रहे होते हैं, है कि नहीं? We will see that instead of people waking up and exercising, they will still be sleeping in bed. अलार्म तो लगा देंगे, अलार्म 10 बार बजेगा, लेकिन उठेंगे नहीं एक्सरसाइज करने के लिए, कल करूंगा, आज नहीं कल करूंगा, right? We all know, and COVID has more than shown it to us that क्या सबसे जो 200 साल से हम बिहेवियर करते आ रहे हैं, बोलते आ रहे हैं कि इसको करना चाहिए. What is that behavior? That one behavior which all of us are supposed to be doing. What is it? And you all did it during COVID times, very religiously, but now I'm sure 80% have stopped doing it. What was that? Hand washing with soap. Not just hand washing, but hand washing with soap for कम से कम 20 seconds. है ना? लेकिन आज के दिन में ये सब behavior हम लोग नहीं कर रहे हैं. So why? So you have good behaviors which we are supposed to be doing, and you have bad behaviors. ये करते क्यों नहीं है? हमने प्रसन्नजीत ने बहुत अच्छा सेशन लिया हमें ये बताने के लिए कि टीबी के लिए बिहेवियर चेंज हमने कैसे किया, लेकिन वो बिहेवियर उनको पता है कि कितना मुश्किल था लोगों को, when they know for a fact that taking the TB tablets for them is very necessary, stopping the course in between is not good because it can lead to MDR TB. सबको पता है, सब चीज पता है, लेकिन करेंगे नहीं. क्यों नहीं करेंगे? क्या प्रॉब्लम है? तो आज हम थोड़ा सा डिस्कस करेंगे कि बिहेवियर चेंज के लिए अगर हमें काम करना है तो प्रॉब्लम क्या होती है. So you see यहाँ पे what does it look like to you? आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, रोबो. और हम सब इस रोबो की तरह हैं. हम जिस चीज में फंस जाते हैं, whatever we do, we get into doing that time and again. उसी चीज को हम उसी तरह से करते जाएंगे. अगर मैं एक तरह से गाड़ी चलाती हूँ तो मैं उसी तरह से गाड़ी चलाऊंगी. अगर मैं एक जगह से शॉपिंग करती हूँ तो मैं उसी जगह पे जाके शॉपिंग करना मुझे पसंद होगा. So most of the times, most of our behaviors are routine. और उनमें उस रूटीन में हम लोग अपने आप को बहुत सुस्त महसूस करते हैं. We don't have to waste our energy into changing our routine because you know you have to do it this way. So you continue doing it that way, and over a period of time it forms into a habit. Right? Now, when you're talking about behavior change, you are asking this person to do things differently from what that person has been doing till now. तो आज तक आप बिना हाथ धोए खाना खा रहे थे, कुछ नहीं हुआ आपको. So I will continue eating without washing my hands, though there are a lot of things which are told to me कि hand washing आपको करना है. Now this person, after telling that you have to wash your hands or you have to eat less sugar, हो सकता है इसको डायबिटीज हो गया है तो डॉक्टर ने उसको कहा कि भाई चीनी अपनी कम कर दो सबसे पहले. तो this man may want to change his behavior. अगर इसको behavior change करना है तब तो आपका काम आसान है. What if this person doesn't want to change the behavior? फिर आप कैसे बात करोगे उसके साथ? How will you convince the person to change behaviors? I'm talking now at very individual level, because a behavior change happens in a whole group, and I will take you to that कि एक से बाकी के लोग कैसे behavior अपना change करते हैं. लेकिन एक individual level में there will be two situations, एक जिसमें वो behavior change करना चाहता है और दूसरे जहाँ पे वो behavior change नहीं करना चाहता है. How do you deal with each one of them? That is what we are going to look at. So अगर behavior change जरूरी है और मैं behavior change करना चाहती हूँ तो अब तो काम आसान है. मैं सबसे पहले उसको बताऊंगी कि भाई क्या behavior उसके बारे में कि चीनी खाने से क्या होगा उसको अगर नहीं खाएगा, किस तरह से चीनी उसको रोकनी है खाना, कितनी चीनी वो खा सकता है, कब खा सकता है, और फिर उसमें डिजायर हो जाएगा कि हाँ चलो मैं ये चीनी कम करके देखता हूँ. So when he goes to take his coffee और चाय, उस चाय में चीनी ना डाल के वो चाय अपने आप में इसी तरह से फीकी चाय पी लेगा. और फिर उसको स्किल देना है कि बिना चीनी का खाना कैसे बनाना, कम कार्बोहाइड्रेट वाला खाना कैसे बनाना. I have to give the skill and keep him motivated कि इसको आप लगातार करते रहो क्योंकि ये behavior change आपको sustain करना है. अगर उस बंदे को behavior change नहीं करना है, how will you start? Any idea? कैसे शुरू करेंगे आप? Behavior change नहीं करना है मुझे. What will you do? सबसे पहले यहाँ पे हमने उसको knowledge दिया. इस वाले बंदे के केस में क्या करेंगे आप? Come on, I need you all to answer. मुझे पता है भूख लगी है लेकिन ठीक है, एक दो आंसर तो दे ही सकते हैं आप लोग.
First, we change myself.
Okay.
Set an example.
All right, but you only have to change. So what? Okay, ma'am is saying that I will set an example कि मैं कुछ change करके दिखाऊंगी. वो कहेगा ठीक है भाई तू कम चीनी खा, मैं क्यों कम करूँ? So what you have to do is give an awareness on what will happen if the person does not change the behavior. So you have to actually make that person live that कि अगर behavior change नहीं करते हो तो उसके benefits क्या है और अगर उसके harm क्या है. तो harm benefit हम देंगे, हम उसके बाद हम desire जगाएंगे और then we will give knowledge after desire. If you see in the behavior change जो want करना चाह रहा है उसमें हम पहले उसको knowledge दे रहे हैं फिर desire करवा रहे हैं और यहाँ पे उसको थोड़ा सा हम उल्टा कर रहे हैं. This is not it's just for you to know कि ठीक है there are steps in behavior change which one needs to do and वो हम बाद में भी कर सकते हैं. What is more important for us to know is that ये सब theory जानने के बाद भी we all know this theory. We have been knowing it for so many years. Yet it does not happen. Why? क्यों नहीं होता है? So let's see why it does not happen. क्या है? What is this? What do you see here? A person who is shouting at somebody. What's the emotion that you would see here? Angry. है ना? आसान था? आसान था? What do you see here? कुछ numbers लिखे हैं, multiplication का sign है और वहाँ पे नीचे line draw की है, right? Maybe I'm standing in between. Can you see? Okay. Easy enough to understand this picture, right? Now if I ask you to multiply and tell me the answer. क्या हुआ? हाँ, क्योंकि मैडम ने जब से मैंने ये लगाया वहाँ पे तब से उन्होंने multiplication शुरू किया, right? So if I ask you to start multiplying it, and if now I was to check sugar levels in this room, sugar levels drop हुए होंगे. And you know why the sugar levels must have dropped? Do you know why? क्योंकि इसने एक anxiety mind में create की हमारे कि अरे maybe many of us like maths, maybe कुछ लोगों को नहीं अच्छा लगा maths, लेकिन हम यहाँ पर immediately calculate करना हमने शुरू किया था. थोड़ा difficult था from the first one, right? पहले हमें सिर्फ एक emotion recognize करना था, दूसरे में हमें जाके कुछ कैलकुलेशन करना था. और अगर मैं मैथ्स में ठीक नहीं हूँ और मुझे मैथ्स अच्छा नहीं लगता है और ये मुझसे कुछ डिमांड कर रहा है कि सही आंसर मुझे देना है, तो ये बिहेवियर मेरे लिए डिफिकल्ट है, ये एक्शन मेरे लिए डिफिकल्ट है. Any difficult action causes energy use in the body. आपके बॉडी को एनर्जी इस्तेमाल करनी पड़ रही है, that is why your sugar levels have also dropped. Now think about it. When you tell people to change their behavior, if that behavior change is as easy as recognizing the first one, picture recognize करना, लोग खुशी से उसको करेंगे, right? But if the action is difficult, उनकी एनर्जी कम होगी, they will not want to spend their energy. Anyone has read the book Selfish Gene? Richard Dawkins का? Yeah? Basically, ये book हमें बताता है, oh sorry, so let me tell you, the first one is an automatic action. Automatically हम उस action को करते हैं जो हमारी habits हैं, they are very automatic. इसको हम reflective action कहते हैं. ये बहुत हमारी इमोशंस के साथ जुड़ी है और रिफ्लेक्टिव एक्शन हमारे लॉजिक के साथ जुड़ी है, हमें सोचने पे मजबूर करती है कि ये मैं करूं कि नहीं करूं. ठीक है? और साइंस हमें बताती है कि कोई भी चीज जो ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट है करना, हमारी बॉडी इटसेल्फ टेल्स कि अरे यार छोड़ दो इसको, क्यों करना है, लेट्स नॉट डू इट. सो ये सेल्फिश जीन हमें ये बताती है कि हम जेनेटिकली प्रोग्राम्ड है आसान चीजें करके पतली गली से निकल जाना. So that is what we are genetically programmed to do. Do things easily. Okay? That's how we survive. We try to find the best ways of getting food easily. That's how we survive. So those are the behaviors which are easy to do. Those are the automatic behaviors, automatic actions versus your reflective action. तो ये हमें बताता है कि हमें actions जो है लोगों से, when we are talking about behavior change, we have to make their actions easy. हमारे messages, हमारे asks, हमारे actions बहुत easy होने चाहिए जो लोग तुरंत करने के लिए तैयार हो जाते हैं. Behaviors that make us feel good are difficult to change. तो अभी हमने देखा कि actions हमारे अगर आसान है, उनको हम करना जारी रखते हैं. So for example, सुबह जब मैं आई तो मंजी was talking about alcoholism and substance abuse. So substance abuse, alcoholism is difficult क्योंकि वो अच्छा लगता है हमें. जब हम स्ट्रेस में हैं, हमें थोड़ा सा एक ग्लास मार लेते हैं, the feeling is good. Versus the feeling जहाँ पे हम RI में बच्चे को लेके जा रहे हैं वैक्सीन लगाने. Which mother will like her child to be shouting and screaming, right? So that is a difficult behavior that you are asking the person to do. So difficult behaviors are difficult for us to change. Cool behaviors which make us feel good are easy to make us change. So that gives you your second idea on behavior change. कि जो भी आप लोगों से करवाओगे, make them feel good about it. अच्छा लगेगा ये करके. Like the way Rose was telling us, people felt good when they wore uniforms and they went. People felt good when they were carrying their bags and going to work and other people were asking them. Good feelings. Behavior change becomes easier in that case. Okay? एक और एक example. Candy, usually आप देखोगे कि आप दुकान में जब पैसे देने जाते हो, पेमेंट काउंटर पे जाते हो, तो पेमेंट काउंटर के पास चॉकलेट्स रखी होती है बहुत सारी दुकानों में, या एंड इफ यू गो टू बिग बाजार एंड ऑल दोस सुपरमार्केट्स, यू विल फाइंड हीप ऑफ चॉकलेट्स एट द पेमेंट काउंटर. अब आप ये सोचिए, आप वहां पे शॉपिंग करने गए हैं, आप शॉपिंग करके थक गए हैं, यू कम टू द पेमेंट काउंटर एंड यू सी कैंडी ओवर देयर एंड योर किड आस्क कि मुझे चॉकलेट लेके दो. योर बॉडी नोज, योर माइंड नोज that it is bad to eat candy. Bad behavior, but good feeling. लेकिन मेरी एनर्जी उस टाइम में इतनी लो है that I don't want to logically think कि ये करना है कि नहीं करना है. I don't want to give any logical arguments to my kid, right? So आप अभी देख रहे हो कि लोग कैसे behavior psychology को use करते हैं to sell their products. इसी तरह से आप लोगों को बिहेवियर साइकोलॉजी को यूज करना है टू सेल योर प्रोडक्ट्स. यू हैव टू लुक एट इट एज मार्केटिंग. यू हैव टू थिंक कि अच्छा टीबी की दवा अगर उसको खानी है, अगर उसको अपने बच्चे का वैक्सीन करवाना है, what are the good ways that I make them feel good about? That they go and vaccinate their kids, that they go and ensure that they take the TB medication totally. Dots पूरा वो करवाना, कैसे करेंगे, right? हाँ, और एक ह्यूमन बीइंग्स का जो इंस्टिंक्ट है वो है पैक मेंटालिटी. आपने ये बहुत बार देखा होगा कि अगर लाइन वहां पे है तो बाकी के बंदे उस लाइन के पीछे लग जाएंगे, और अगर लोग क्राउड में खड़े हैं तो एवरीवन विल स्टार्ट क्राउडिंग ऑन द विंडो, टिकट के लिए हो या एंट्री के लिए हो, जो भी, so they will just start crowding over there if there is no line. But if there is a line, they will stand in the line. This is what I've taken from Connaught Place. उसके पीछे there is a sign saying do not spit. तो पहले उसके बंदे ने someone has spit over there, obviously. दूसरा बंदा आया, उसने देखा अच्छा यहाँ पे स्पिट किया है, चलो मैं भी कर दूं. तीसरा आया, by the time the fifth one came, the wall was already red and marked as a spitting spot with the do not spit sign somewhere underneath. Pack mentality, basic instinct. जो बाकी के लोग कर रहे हैं, मैं भी वही करूँगा. Okay? So that is the third point for you to remember जब आप behavior change के programs करते हैं. कि लोग ज्यादातर दूसरे लोगों को देख के अपना behavior decide करते हैं कि ये करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए. Okay? बच्चों जो है, एक बंदा गया हैंड वॉशिंग करने, उसके पीछे बाकी के बच्चे चले जाएंगे. 4 बच्चे वहां पे खड़े हैं, हैंड वॉशिंग कर रहे हैं, बाकी 8 चले जाएंगे. So all behaviors follow these 3 things. 1, they should be easy, they should not challenge your brain too much, and they should follow the pack mentality, the basic instinct. वो जो है वो आपको सही से सेट करना. वैसे गूगल सब लोग यूज करते हैं ना? एवरीवन यूजेस गूगल? हाँ बोलो, ना बोलो भाई. हाँ, गूगल के क्या कलर है बताएंगे? गूगल का कलर सीक्वेंस एनीवन? कलर सीक्वेंस आप देखने का नहीं, फोन खोल के पहले. ओके, that makes me come to the 4th point. हम बार बार कहते हैं जिस चीज को हम रोज देखते हैं, हाँ, जिस चीज को हम रोज देखते हैं उस चीज को हम याद रखते हैं. हम तो गूगल को रोज देखते हैं. Why could we not remember the colors of Google and the sequence in which they are in? How many colors are there, by the way, in Google? 4 colors. Yes, there are 4 colors. Okay, कौन से हैं? Blue, red, yellow, green. Okay, और आप पाठ कर लो ये कैसे है color sequence. So next time when I ask you, you should be able to tell me the answer. Right. So something that we see every time. Why is it that we could not remember Google colors? I don't know how many times a day we see Google. है कि नहीं? But still we could not remember. Why? So it actually takes away your that thing कि बार-बार देखने से लोग याद करते हैं. तो अगर हम जाके पोस्टर लगा देते हैं, वॉल राइटिंग करते हैं, behaviors don't change that. What do you need to do? You need people live in the here and now. अगर मुझे इसकी जरूरत है तो मैं उसको यूज करूंगा. But if I don't need it, I don't need to know. जब कल अगर गूगल कह दे कि you can check your Gmail only if you can give me the color code sequence, then everyone will learn Google colors, right? आज नहीं पूछ रहे हैं, इसीलिए they are not, no one is bothered about learning. I don't need to use it, so I don't need to learn it. And the same way, if a person up, you go on footing, you say, अरे नहीं, मैंने बहुत सारा, अभी सुरेश भाई बता रहे थे, हम बहुत लीफलेट्स पोस्टर्स बनाते हैं. प्रसन्नजीत बता रहे थे कि हम उसको वो दे देते हैं लीफलेट. But why is that leaflet successful? Because taking that leaflet is useful for me. When I go to the center, I get status over there. मेरा काम जो है जल्दी से हो जाता है, इसीलिए that is interesting, right? But if I just gave that leaflet without having it work for me, it would not be interesting. So that's your 4th point in behavior change. That whenever you are trying to make behavior change interventions, make sure कि वो लोगों के काम के हैं, लोगों के हित से हैं, जिसके लिए आप कर रहे हैं उसके जीवन से कुछ वो जुड़े हुए हैं. ओके, सो ओके, आई हैव वन मोर. आपको खाना हजम करवाना है, इसीलिए आपको थोड़ा और एक क्विज दे देते हैं. हाउ मेनी ट्रायंगल्स कैन यू काउंट इन दिस? Six triangles. Okay, anyone else? 7, 8. Okay, you can count 9. All right, anyone else more than 9? Rose, how many did you count? 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, okay, what is a triangle? What is a triangle? तो अभी लोग ऐसे ऐसे करके भी दिखा रहे हैं कि ये ट्रायंगल है, ये ट्रायंगल है ना? बट एक्चुअली यहाँ पे एक भी ट्रायंगल नहीं है. ये अगर आप देखें, इट्स हाफ, इट डजंट हैव द थर्ड साइड. ये अगर आप देखें, ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. व्हाइट आपको जो दिख रहा था, ये भी इट्स नॉट अ ट्रायंगल. But what did I do? I put in the word there saying that there must be triangles over here, right? तो मैंने आपके दिमाग में एक आइडिया डाल दिया है और उस आइडिया से मैंने आपको यहाँ पे ट्रायंगल्स भी काउंट करवाए हैं, including Americans were counting triangles. Okay. So, yeah, some Africans as well. Yeah, absolutely. Africans and Americans counting triangles. Right. So we put in ideas into people's mind. ये चीज है, इसको believe करो. Now you see how we can actually change people's behaviors. You can put in ideas in their mind to make them see things that are related to them. एक triangle का definition उनके पास है. हमने कुछ तो भी बना दिया जो उनको ट्रायंगल की तरह लगेगा. This also tells you another thing, that when you pack your messages, how do you make them? How do you make your communication? And that brings me to my next one. कि what is communication packing? उसको कैसे करना है? क्या करना है उसमें? Which will make it look good and look at all the things that we have learned about what behavior change is actually about. Okay? So in this, what do you have? You have your message. Triangle hai. That's your message. Now, how that message is, what is the meaning of that message? What is the meaning of the triangle for people? So I'm giving a message कि बच्चे को जाके आपको टीका करवाना है. But what does that message sound like or mean like to my audience? So that is the meaning. Language. What is the language I'm using? Is it difficult? Is it straight? यहाँ पे अगर हम interventions कर रहे हैं, practices बोल रहे हैं, किस language में हम बात कर रहे हैं? क्या वो शब्द जो हम use कर रहे हैं लोगों को समझ में आ रहे हैं कि नहीं आ रहे? Then we talk about the delivery. We spoke about miking. टीवी के अभी हमने प्रोग्राम देखा, हमने कहा कि हम माइकिंग करते हैं. तो किस तरह से हम लोगों तक मैसेज पहुंचाएंगे? किस तरह से हम डिलीवरी करेंगे? Some people may like miking, some people may like to see a puppet, some people may like to see the videos that we had over here. So depend करता है कि कौन से ऑडियंस के लिए हम उसको कर रहे हैं, तो उसका हम पैकेजिंग कैसे करेंगे और फिर हमारा रोल मॉडल कौन होगा. अगर मैं अमिताभ कहूँ तो आपके दिमाग में क्या आता है? अमिताभ कहूँ तो एक्टर आता है. Okay, what else? What health message comes into your head when you say Amitabh Bachchan? पोलियो, है ना? So मॉडल के साथ हमें कि कौन हमारा मॉडल होगा जो जाके हमारा मैसेज जो है वो देगा. And that is what will make your messages, your communication sticky. These are all geared for behavior change, and how they're geared, I'm going to show you something from your own territory, the Bodo territory over here, on how all this was used for behavior change. So, क्या है ये? मेंस यूरिनल है और उसमें क्या है? एक मक्खी बनी हुई है. हाँ? This is a very another internet story. Schiphol एयरपोर्ट जो है एम्स्टर्डम में, वहां पे मेंस यूरिनल में बहुत स्पिलेज होता था और सफाई करने में बहुत टाइम लगता था. टाइम इज मनी. तो उसके बंदे ने सोचा कि क्या किया जाए कि यहाँ पे टाइम कम लगे और लोग जो है वो यूरिनेट करते वक्त स्पिलेज ना करें. And for that, what he did is he engraved a fly in the urinal. So men, when they were peeing, would hit at the fly, and there would be no spillage. I know it's very funny. Lekin this is what behavior change is about. This is what is called as communication nudges. कैसे हम लोगों को नच करते हैं ताकि वो बिहेवियर करें. और आज के दिन में आप कहीं भी जाओ, सिंगापुर में जाओ, यूएस में जाओ, इंडिया में नहीं देखी है मैंने अभी तक, लेकिन मेंस यूरिनल में वो फ्लाई होती है जहां पे आपको एम करना है. This is another example of how nudges can be made. क्या है? What do you see over here? What do you see here? आप आंसर नहीं देंगे तो आपको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा अलग के लिए. What do you see? There is toilets behind. Yeah. Come and wash your hands. So वो steps बने हैं हैंड वॉशिंग स्टेशन के पास. ये बच्चों के स्कूल में आंगनवाड़ी में एक टॉयलेट बना है जहाँ पे वो बच्चों के after using the toilet they are nudged to go and wash their hands. Okay. So ये nudges जो है ये हमें behavior change करने के लिए push करते हैं कि जाओ ये करो. Okay. Alright. So now that we have seen about behavior change, communication packaging, हमें कैसे करना है, एक 4 मिनट का मूवी. Can I take 4 minutes for this? 4 मिनट का मूवी जिसमें हम देखेंगे कि एक्चुअली इसको कैसे यूज किया है बिहेवियर चेंज करने के लिए. और दिस इज नॉट लिंक्ड टू हेल्थ और वॉश और सैनिटेशन डायरेक्टली, बट इट विल टेल यू एंड दैट्स द आंसर्स दैट यू हैव टू गिव इफ यू वांट लंच.
मानस तो जब हम बचा था तो बहुत सारा जानवर था, इसमें से हम अच्छा से राइनोस वगैरह देखता था उस टाइम में. मानस का ज्यादा से ज्यादा खत्म हुआ 1990 और इसके बाद सालों तक बहुत समय तक राइनो जो लोग कोचिंग कर रहा था और लोग भी कर रहा था, हमारा खुद का आदमी लोग कर रहा था. तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत जरूरी काम था कि उसको जैसा तैसे भी उसको बचाना है, फिर वापस रिवाइव करना है. बोरो लोग ब्रह्मपुत्र नॉर्थ बैंक में बहुत सालों से है. मानस में 90% कम्युनिटी बोरो कम्युनिटी है, तो रिलेशन बहुत अच्छा है. मानस का जो भी जंगल, चिड़िया, ये सब हमारा बोरो का ट्रेडिशन में रिलेट होता है.
মই আগতে শিকাৰটো কৰিছিলোঁ, কিন্তু ফাৰ্ষ্ট মাৰিছে গাহৰি মাৰাৰ পিছত তাৰমানে মনটো বাঢ়ি গ'ল, পইচা অলপ চলপ পালোঁ, পাই পেলাই আজি গাহৰি মাৰিলোঁ, কালি হৰিণ মাৰিলোঁ, এনেকুৱা হাতীও মাৰা হৈছে কেতিয়াবা, এবাৰ মানুহো এনেকৈ মাৰা হৈছে. এটা ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টৰ যে সেইটো কৰিব নালাগে, যে স্বীকাৰ কৰিব নালাগে, যে কিবা কৰিব নালাগে, সেইটো বাধা দিয়া মানুহ আছে.
पोस्टर्स लोगों को हम कंजर्वेशनिस्ट में बदल दिया. वो बहुत हमारे लिए बहुत टफ काम था. फर्स्ट तो हमारी बात मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं था लोग। हम लोगों को बोलता था कि अभी तो हम मानस की जो भी है उसको डिस्कस करके हम कमा रहा है, लेकिन ये खत्म होने के बाद कैसे कमाएगा और हमारा फ्यूचर जनरेशन कैसे जिएगा।
धीरे धीरे वो हमारा शहर मॉडलिंग पुलिस उसको सीखे आया, तो तब से मतलब ज्यादा हिम्मत हुआ। तो हम लोग तुरंत जाके पूरा कमेंट लोग को इकट्ठा करके बोलते थे, देखो जैसे अपना घर का कोई मर्द लोग ऐसे जंगल में जाता है, ये लाता है, आप लोग भी उसको विरोधी करो। उनको उन लोग तो खुद मना करने लगा कि ऐसे हंटिंग करके मत लाना, अगर लाएगा तो हम नहीं बनाएंगे।
जोंनिफ्राय गारदों जोङो 2003निफ्राय मानो इन्टारेस्ट जायो होनोब्ला जों साला गोदो जों सिखाराव थांनाय समाव मै मासेबो नुनो हायामोन गावथारै बुथारै जोङो बेसेबां हाब मावनानै जोङो बेसेयाव अन्याय खालामदोंमोन। जुदि जों खालामालासिनो गोदोनिफ्रायनो जुदि गेलेनायमोनब्ला दा बेसे समायना जागौमोन बेखौ जोङो साननाय फैयो।
इकोटूरिज्म स्टार्ट करने के बाद जो भी कम्युनिटीज है वो लाइवलीहुड मिल गया, यूथ इसमें एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला, तो धीरे धीरे सपोर्ट और ज्यादा होने लगा। हैबिटेट मैनेजमेंट में राइनो का बहुत बड़ा रोल था। अगर राइनो खत्म हो जाएगा तो कुछ ना कुछ इधर नुकसान होने जा रहा है, जैसे ग्रासलैंड वगैरह खत्म होने जा रहा है। ये सब हमको मालूम था, रिसर्च का काम हम लोग WWF की तरफ से कर रहा था। ऐसे ही हम सब लोग मिलकर राइनो को इंट्रोड्यूस कर सका। कुछ 30+ बाहर से लेके आया था, अभी 48 राइनोस है। हैबिटेट की अभी पहले की तरह वापस आने लगा।
Can anyone tell me what are the behaviors that we saw changed? What was the key to that behavior change? Conservation, but more than that, conservation was the result that you got. What made people change their behavior? अब वहाँ पे जाइए, sticky message, emotion, what is in it for me? मुझे कैसे इससे फायदा होगा? Come to all that, role model, key message, क्या था? Awareness? Awareness about what? How? By not hunting, what will happen? To kill or not to kill? Okay? Cooking? To cook or not to cook? Okay, great. Great. Yes. What else? But then it also depends that is my gas going to burn for longer? If I'm cooking, then is my gas going to run longer? If I'm cooking? Because my life depended on the forest, and the forest was not just the trees, but the animals in that forest as well. If I kill all of them and eat them up, cook them up, then tomorrow there will be nothing left for cooking. So the gas will not burn. Right? So यहाँ पे हमने we brought people slowly, and who brought it? When I'm saying we, who are the people who took the lead? Who are the models? It was the students. It was a local student union which said that they want to go and make it into a ecotourism. They had an option of livelihoods for people. So they were still shooting, but now they were shooting with a camera and not a gun. Okay? So when you show people how their livelihoods can be met, then you also involve women to stand behind and say, even if the men get the meat at home, no cooking. So you got the women involved, you got the youth involved, And then the men change because they have no choice when the women change. So you have not deserved your lunch because you all didn't give too many answers except for you, sir. No, even you will get it. All right, so I'm not going to talk about this because this is another interesting study that we had done in Dharavi as to how Dharavi model, which is used the world over, and we have found a model in that called as Aristotle's rhetorical triangle, which we use, which has logos, pathos, ethos of messaging. But that some other time you can read the paper. I can give you the link of that. So okay, yeah. Whatever your questions would be, and we'll be happy to take that up. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mani.
Thank you so much, Vansa, for really taking us into the process of change. I hope we have a lot to learn from this session. We have the last speaker now, Mr. Natwale. He's the author of A Child of This Soil, Wildlife as a Trade Point. He has come all the way from South Africa, and we'd love to hear your story. Mr. Natwale, take your
Namaste. Can you hear me at the back? Right at the back. Can you hear me? Well, I think you can hear me, but you can hear me but not understand how I speak because of accent. Do you catch my accent? Oh, thank you. I'm not going to be long for your sake because you are hungry. So I'm going to be very, very brief. But let me start off by saying there were 2 cows grazing out in the field. And as they were grazing, eating grass, a truck passed by. And on each side, it was written, cow milk, reinforced, fortified, pasteurized. And one cow looked at a fellow cow and said, it makes you feel inadequate, doesn't it? Now I'm standing here before you, feeling likewise. I'm inadequate to talk about behavior change. For obvious reason, I'm still struggling to change my behavior for better. Now, behavior change, I think the key word there is change. Because everything changes. Everything. Except one thing. What is it? Change itself. Thank you. Except change. Because what would happen if change were to change? There would be no change. Yes, everything changes except one thing, change itself. Now, my friends in South Africa, I tell them that if I was born in Japan, I would be a sushi chef. If I was born in Italy, southern parts of Italy, I would be a mafia. If I was born in Chicago, United States of America, I would be a prisoner. If I were born in Haiti, I would be a kidnapper. And if I were born in India, what would I be? I'm asking you, fellow Indians. What would I be? Any guess? Well, a bad one, I think. Well, in my dreams, I think if I were born in India, I would be a cricketer. I would be playing cricket. Now, that shows how environment influences the way we behave. Where we're born, same number of cells, same size of brain, same weight. But if we're born elsewhere, you would behave differently than you behave right now. However, that being nature, nature itself plays a role on how we behave. Because if there is something chemically wrong, perhaps in our brain, schizophrenia, for instance, we would behave differently. Now, let me stick to my pledge that I'm not going to be wrong. I'm not going to be long. The accident of history is that I was born in South Africa. And I was born in 1960, right at the height of white supremacy. And that had an effect on how I behaved as a child. When I looked at white people, I saw God. And actually, because like father, like son, the Son of God is white. So my belief was reinforced. Because Jesus came to us as a blonde, his disciples came to us as white people, then what else did I need as evidence that whites are gods? So I simultaneously glorified and feared white people. There was a time when I believed that white people did not die because I had never seen a procession, a funeral procession where a white person was going to be buried. There was a time when I believed that white could even read what is in my mind without me telling them what is there. So I was very submissive to white people. But over time, that behavior changed from one end to another extreme end. I hated white people. I did not only hate them, but I planned and actually succeeded to kill them. I became what some people said a terrorist, whereas the majority of people said a freedom fighter. Because I saw white people as a curse against humanity. Because by stripping my humanity, calling all sorts of words, one of the words that we are called as African people of my color was kefa. And over years, I learned that kefa actually is an Arabic word meaning kafir, a non-believer. So white people coming into Africa, believing in the God the way we believed, praying God the way we prayed, but different from the white people. They said we were not believers. We were heathens, we were kafirs. Well, I don't want to tell you the atrocity of white supremacy and colonialism in South Africa. They are well documented. Then, over time again, at the end of the conflict, my behavior changed again because I had to reach out on people who were hurt and who lost their loved ones as a result of my action. So among those people were white people. So it was a case of building bridges. And I learned that when you build a bridge, you meet each other halfway, which means on your bank, because the river has cut you apart, but you must on your bank reach out, hoping that the other one too is going to reach out, then you meet halfway. So, indeed, I reached out, not exclusively to white people, because there's something about violence, even if initially was planned to fight some people, it ends up even fighting your fellow brothers. That's how violence operates. It becomes literally blind. So some Africans too, like me, suffered as a result of my anger. So in taming that anger and turning over a new page, I reached out to lots of white people. One of them is Jean Fourie and many others. Jean Fourie lost a daughter as a result of my commands. So then I realized that a change, as previous speakers have said very eloquently, is an inside job. Change is an inside job. It's not true that it is outside. And if I can ask you what incubates an egg into a chicken, some people will say a desirable temperature. But if we take stones and expose them to the same temperature that we expose to a fertilized egg, will they hatch into chickens? No, because it's an inside job. That's what change is. So, as I told you that I'm inadequate, up to now I'm still struggling with my own monsters, with my own demons, because I still don't trust white people. I'm sorry, Rose. Well, I don't have any exception. I'm sorry. On a serious note, I should have said in South Africa. Because, for instance, we know that South Africa is a powerhouse as far as rugby is concerned, the game of rugby. They are the reigning world champion. And when they play, I get fed up. I wish the opposition to win because I don't identify with them, even with that team, because it's predominantly white. So I'm still struggling. And in that struggle, one day I went into a shop, I bought a Springbok t-shirt and a cap, and I wore it. Every white person pimped a smile to me, thinking that I am supporting Springbok. However, because those smiles were natural, they ignited warmth inside me. But to this end, I won't lie to you that I support South African rugby team because it's too wide for me. And anything that is too wide for me, I don't support it. You are an exception, and many others are exception because I'm talking about just a Springbok team, not every white person. But no, this is a struggle that I'm going through, and of course, behavior change has to be consciously undertaken exercise. And first we must change with habits and change even with small things towards desirable behavior. I promise you that I'm not going to keep you long because you are hungry. I thank you.
Even with the British, by putting an Indian executive prime minister. Next prime minister, we should have a gun.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lindler, for inspiring us with your words on this, as well as sharing us your experiences. We have almost come to the conclusion of this program, but before that, I would like to have Q&A. If we can have 1 or 2 questions. After that, we'll have a beautiful performance by Nelson. It is going to be very interesting. So I don't want all of you to go for lunch because it is not ready yet. So I think it is better if we spend another couple of minutes here. So if anyone is having any kind of questions or suggestions or observations, can we start up? Anyone? Sir, आपने वापस सुनना होगा ना? Okay, I think we don't have any questions and observations.
Yeah, one of the presenters or panelists talked about witch hunt. I just want to know whether there are witch hunts in. Who said?
Yeah, it's quite prevalent in certain pockets of the people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but just elaborate on that. Are people killed? What happens?
In the last couple of years, which is about 10 years back, or in between last 5 to 10 years, we have seen a number of series of women and some people being targeted as witches because they are supposed to, people assume they have some kind of magical power to do some harm to somebody, maybe to the family, to the community. So this is a perception, which is at times keep on surfacing on the reality. So we have a problem with this witch hunting. And there are a series of efforts being made by the individuals and CS members as well as by the legal agencies. Yeah.
In many parts of India, like for example in Bihar, when they don't agree with the women or they are Dalit caste or something, or they become too powerful, then they declare them as witches and then they are stoned to death. This is happening even in present day India. It's a caste, if they belong to a different caste or lower caste and they want to get rid of them, they just declared as witches.
Any other comments or observations? Okay, thank you so much. That's a request. The wonderful speaker, thank you so much. Now we are request Nelson NGO to lead us to another interesting performance. We'll conclude this session with folklore for social and behavioral change.
Assalamualaikum, নমস্কাৰ, মোৰ নাম আকিয়া খাতুন, মই বিলাসী পাৰাৰ পৰা আহিছোঁ। এতিয়া আপোনালোকৰ সন্মুখত এটা গীত গাম, গীতটো হ'ল শিক্ষাৰ ওপৰত। ও সমাজের ভাই বন্ধু আহারে, একবার তোমরা শোনো রে, শিশুক শিক্ষা করাও সবাই রে। ওই একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে, ও সমাজের ভাই বন্ধু আরে, একবার তোমরা শোনো রে, শিশুক শিক্ষা করাও সবাই রে। ওই একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে, শিক্ষার অধিকার আইনতে বই কাপড় খাওয়ারে, শিক্ষার অধিকার আইনতে বই কাপড় খাওয়ারে, রং বিরঙ্গের সুবিধা দেয় রে, আর টাকা পয়সা লাগে না রে, টাকা পয়সা লাগে না রে, একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে। ওই একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে, অধিকার আইনতে বই কাপড় খাওয়ারে, শিক্ষার অধিকার আইনতে বই কাপড় খাওয়ারে, রং বিরঙ্গের সুবিধা দেয় রে, আর টাকা পয়সা লাগে না রে, টাকা পয়সা লাগে না রে, একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে। ওই একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে, পড়াশোনা করে যারা ডাক্তার পুলিশ হইবে তারা, পড়াশোনা করে যারা ডাক্তার পুলিশ হইবে তারা, সুশিক্ষিত হইলে সন্তান রে, আর সম্মান করবে সবাইকে, সম্মান করবে সবাইকে, একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে। একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে, পড়াশোনা করে যারা ডাক্তার পুলিশ হইবে তারা, পড়াশোনা করে যারা ডাক্তার পুলিশ হইবে তারা, সুশিক্ষিত হইলে সন্তান রে, আর সম্মান করবে সবাইকে, সম্মান করবে সবাইকে, একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে। ওই একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে, উকিল হাকিম মুহুরি ভাই, জজ ব্যারিস্টার আইনি ভাই, উকিল হাকিম মুহুরি ভাই, জজ ব্যারিস্টার আইনি ভাই, রং বিরঙ্গের আইনের দ্বারাতে তোমরা শিশুক সুরক্ষা দেও রে, শিশুক সুরক্ষা দেও রে, একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে। ওই একবার তোমরা ভাবিয়া দেখো রে, মুহুরি ভাই, জজ ব্যারিস্টার আইনি ভাই, উকিল হাকিম মুহুরি ভাই, জজ ব্যারিস্টার আইনি ভাই, রং বিরঙ্গের আইনের দ্বারাতে তোমরা শিশুক সুরক্ষা দেও রে, শিশুক সুরক্ষা দেও রে, আসসালামু আলাইকুম নমস্কাৰ মোৰ নাম জাহিদা খাতুন মই বিএছ সেকেন্ড সেমিত পঢ়ো আৰু মই বিলাসী পাৰাৰ পৰা আহিছো তো এতিয়া যে আপোনালোকৰ সন্মুখত গীতটো গালো আপোনালোকে বুজি পাইছেনে ঠিক আছে মই আৰু ভালকৈ বুজাই দি আছো তো এইটো গীতটো আমাৰ শিক্ষাৰ ওপৰত আমি সকলোৱে জানো শিক্ষা আমাৰ বহুত প্ৰয়োজনীয় শিক্ষা আমাৰ বহুত দৰকাৰ শিক্ষা নথকা জীৱন অন্ধকাৰত ডুবি থাকে সেইকাৰণে আমি সকলোৱে শিক্ষা লাভ কৰিব লাগিব কিন্তু আমি আমাৰ সমাজত দেখা পাওঁ যে কিছুবিলাকে ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে আধাতে স্কুল এৰি দিয়ে কিছুবিলাকে বিদেশত যায় কিছুবিলাকে ঘৰত কাম কৰি থাকে এইবিলাক আমাৰ সমাজৰ সমস্যা হয় চৰকাৰে আমাক বহুত সুবিধা দিছে 6 বছৰৰ পৰা 14 বছৰ বয়সলৈকে বিনামূলীয়া শিক্ষা দি আছে আৰু কিতাপ পোছাক খোৱা লোৱা ইত্যাদি দি আছে আৰু অংগনবাদী চেণ্টাৰতো আমাৰ সৰু বাচ্চাবিলাকক স্কুলত যোৱাৰ অভ্যাস কৰাৰ কাৰণে সুবিধা দি আছে ইমান সুবিধা দিয়াৰ পিছতো আমি দেখা পাওঁ আমাৰ সমাজত বহুত ড্ৰপ আউট হৈ থাকে তো এই ড্ৰপ আউট সমস্যাটো সমাধান কৰাৰ কাৰণে নেক্সন অফিসত আমি সকলৰ টিম সকলে মিলি কেইটামান গীত বনাইছো আৰু এই গীতৰ জৰিয়তে সমাজত মেছেজ পঠাই বাৰ্তা পঠাই সমাজ সলনি কৰাৰ চেষ্টা কৰিছো আৰু আমি দেখা পাওঁ যে এই গানৰ জৰিয়তে গীতৰ জৰিয়তে আমাৰ সমাজ সলনি হৈছে ভালেখিনি আৰু সমাজ সলনি কৰাৰ চেষ্টা কৰিছো যাতে আৰু যিমান প্ৰব্লেম আছে যিমান সমস্যা আছে এইখিনি আমি সমাধান কৰিব পাৰো এইখিনি আমাৰ এই গানত কোৱা হৈছে আৰু এটা গীত আছে আমাৰ এইটো হ'ল বাল্য বিবাহৰ ওপৰত এইটো গীত এতিয়া গাই যাম আপোনালোকে ধৈৰ্য সহকাৰে শুনি যাব
ওরে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সগাই আইনর কথা শুনি ওরে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সগাই আইনর কথা শুনি সমাজর কারা বাল্য বিয়া বন্ধ করা লাগে রে সমাজর কারা বাল্য বিয়া বন্ধ করা লাগে রে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সগাই আইনর কথা শুনি ওরে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সগাই আইনর কথা শুনি বাল্য বিয়া প্রতিরোধী আইন 2006 সনে বানাইছে বাল্য বিয়া প্রতিরোধী আইন 2006 সনে বানাইছে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সগাই আইনর কথা শুনি ওরে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সগাই আইনর কথা শুনি এই আইন অমান্য করিলে 2 বছরের জেল হইবে এই আইন অমান্য করিলে 2 বছরের জেল হইবে দেওয়ানি মুন্সি জড়িত থাকিলে আইন মতে দণ্ডনীয় হইবে রে দেওয়ানি মুন্সি জড়িত থাকিলে আইন মতে দণ্ডনীয় হইবে রে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সগাই আইনর কথা শুনি ওরে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সগাই আইনর কথা শুনি অল্প বয়সে বিয়া করিলে শরীরের ক্ষতি হয় রে অল্প বয়সে বিয়া করিলে শরীরের ক্ষতি হয় রে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সগাই আইনর কথা শুনি ওরে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সগাই আইনর কথা শুনি বাল্য বিয়া করিলে জরিমানা 1 লাখ টাকা হইবে রে বাল্য বিয়া করিলে জরিমানা 1 লাখ টাকা হইবে রে ভাল করিয়া
সহায় আইনার কথা শুনি ওরে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সহায় আইনার কথা শুনি ওরে ভাল করিয়া আমরা সহায় আইনার কথা শুনি। সকলকে নমস্কাৰ, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। মোৰ নাম আমিনা খাতুন, মই এইচএছ ফাৰ্ষ্ট ইয়াৰত পঢ়ো আৰু মই ব্লেচিপাৰাৰ পৰা আহিছো। আপোনালোকৰ সন্মুখত যে আৰু এটা গান গালো, আপোনালোকে বুজি পাইছেনে? ঠিক আছে, মই আৰু অলপকৈ বুজাই দিম। বাল্য বিবাহ, এই গানটো আমি বাল্য বিবাহৰ ওপৰত বনাইছো। বাল্য বিবাহ হল আমাৰ সমাজৰ এটা কুসংস্কাৰ। বাল্য বিবাহ বুলি ক'লে আমি সমাজৰ যিখিনি 18 বছৰৰ তলত ছোৱালী আৰু 21 বছৰৰ তলত ল'ৰা আছে সেইখিনি যদি বিয়া পাতে তেতিয়া আমি তাক বাল্য বিবাহ বুলি কওঁ। বাল্য বিবাহ কুসংস্কাৰ আৰু কুসংস্কাৰ আঁতৰাৰ কাৰণে আমি লোকগীতৰ মাধ্যমেৰে সমাজত বাৰ্তা পঠাই আমি এই কুসংস্কাৰটো নাইকিয়া কৰিবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰিছো। ইয়াৰ কিছুমান আমি এই গানটোত আইনগত কথাৰে গানটো বনাইছো। ইয়াত উল্লেখ আছে বাল্য বিবাহ হলে 1 লাখ টকা জৰিমনা আৰু 2 বছৰৰ জেল হ'ব। ইয়াৰ লগত যদি কোনোবা দেৱানী মুন্সি বামন কাজী ইহঁতে জড়িত থাকে সিহঁতৰ আইন মতে দণ্ডনীয় হ'ব। আৰু এই গানটোৰ দ্বাৰা আমি সমাজখন আগুৱাই লোৱাৰ কাৰণে লোকগীতৰ মাধ্যমেৰে মানুহক বুজাবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰিছো আৰু আমাৰ সমাজত যাতে ভৱিষ্যতত আৰু বাল্য বিবাহ নহয় সেইকাৰণে গানটো বনাইছো। আৰু আজিকালি আমাৰ সমাজত নাইয়ে, আমি এনেকৈ বৰ্তা পঠুৱাই আমাৰ সমাজখনত বাল্য বিবাহ বুলি যিসমূহ সংস্কাৰ আছিল সেইটো নাইকিয়া কৰিবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰিছো। আৰু এইখিনিতে মই সামৰিছো। থেংক ইউ। আৰু ইয়াৰ পিছত আমাৰ পিছৰ গ্ৰুপৰ গান গাব, আপোনালোকে নিশ্চয় ধৈৰ্য সহকাৰে শুনিব। জোহাৰ এতিয়া আমি আপোনাৰ ওচৰত এতিয়া গান গাইছো সবকে অলপ হলে অলপ বুজি পাইছে আৰু এটোৰ বিষয়ে অলপ মই কবলৈ বিচাৰিছো এতিয়া আমি গানটো গাইছো এটো চাইল্ড মিনিটছৰ বাবদ আমি গানটো বনাইছিলো আমাৰ নেশন ইনজুত আমালোকে ট্ৰেইনিং দিয়া হৈছিল তাতে আমি এই গানটো লিখিছো আৰু গানটো বনাইছো আপোনালোকৰ ওচৰত যাতে আমি গান কৰিব পাৰিব মই ইমান বেছিকৈ অসমীয়া ভাষাটো ক'বলৈ নাজানো তাও মই চেষ্টা কৰিম আৰু মই ক'ব আমালোকৰ সমাজত ল'ৰা ছোৱালী সৰু বয়সত বিয়া পাতি আছে কম বয়সত বিদেশ কাম কৰিবলৈ গৈ আছে যাতে এই গান লোক সংগীতৰ জৰিয়তে আমাৰ সমাজটো সলনি হয় আৰু যাতে কম বয়সত আমাৰ সমাজত ল'ৰা ছোৱালীটো যাতে বিয়া নাপাতে আৰু আমাৰ সমাজৰ বহুত এনেকুৱা সমস্যা হৈ আছে আমালোকৰ কাৰণে চৰকাৰটো 2006ত আইন বনাইছে আমালোকক দিছে যাতে এই আইনটো আমালোকে পালন কৰিব আৰু যাতে ভাল ৰাস্তাত আমি খোজ কাঢ়িব পাৰিব আমালোকৰ সমাজত এনেকুৱা সমস্যা যদি আহিলে আমালোকৰ খোজ কাঢ়িব কাৰণত চৰকাৰে হেল্পলাইন নাম্বাৰটো দিছে 1098ত ফোন কৰিলে আমালোকৰ কাৰণে চৰকাৰে সহায় কৰিব পাৰিব আৰু ৰক্ষা কৰিব পাৰিব মই এই গানৰ ওপৰত ইমানে ক'ব বিচাৰো মই ইয়াতে সামৰিলো আৰু মোৰ লাইফৰ সমস্যা আগত হৈছিল এটো মই ক'বলৈ বিচাৰিছো মই আগতে এই এডলেচন ক্লাবটো আমি জানা নাছিলো মই বিয়াৰ ৰাস্তাত গৈছিলো মই বিয়া পাতিবলৈ বিচাৰিছিলো মই নেশন ইনজুয়ে মই সহায় কৰিলে আৰু CWC অফিসত 3 মাহত ৰাখিলে আৰু মোৰ মনটো অলপ সলনি হৈছে আৰু মই এতিয়া এই এডলেচন ক্লাবত মই আহিছো আৰু এতিয়া মই মেট্ৰিক পাছ কৰিছো ফাৰ্ষ্ট ইয়াৰত মই এতিয়া পঢ়ি আছো আৰু নেশন ইনজুয়ে নাথাকিলে মোৰ সমস্যাটো মোৰ সংসাৰটো কি হ'লেহেঁতেন মোৰ শৰীৰটো কিমান বিয়া হ'লেহেঁতেন মোৰ বয়সটো ইমান কম আৰু মই বিয়া পাতিলে মোৰ বাচ্চাটো কেনেকুৱা হ'লেহেঁতেন মোৰ টেষ্টটো কম বয়সত টেষ্টটো কম থাকে আৰু কম বয়সত মই বিয়া পাতিলে মোৰ বাচ্চাটো হবে মোৰ বাচ্চা আৰু কেনেকুৱা হ'লেহেঁতেন এতিয়া মোৰ নেশন ইনজুয়ে মই ইমান সুবিধা দিছে আৰু এতিয়া মোৰ মনটো সলনি হৈছে এতিয়া মই পঢ়ি আছো ৰাণী মই ইমানেই কম ইয়াতে সামৰিলে সবকে নমস্কাৰ
নমস্কাৰ মোৰ নাম মিজিং ব্ৰহ্ম মই নেৰচনত প্ৰগ্ৰাম মেনেজাৰ হিচাপে কাম কৰি আছো আৰু অলপ আগতে ফকলৰ টিম আপোনালোকক দেখাই গ'ল তেখেতসকলে বহুত ৰিমট এৰিয়াৰ বাচ্চা হয় তেখেতসকলৰ যোনটো গাঁও হয় সেইটো গাঁৱত কোনো চৰকাৰৰ একো সুবিধা নাই তাতে ৰাস্তা নাই তাতে স্কুল নাই তাতে হস্পিটেল নাই আৰু এটা গ্ৰুপ আছিলে চৰ এৰিয়াৰ যোনটো মানে নদীৰ মাজত আপোনালোকে চৰ এৰিয়াটো গম পায় তাতেও তেখেতসকলে স্কুলত আহিবলৈ কাৰণে নাও দি পেলাই আহিব লাগে আৰু স্কুলছ নাই আৰু সেইটো কাৰণত বহুত ড্ৰপ আউট হৈ যায় তো ক'বলৈ বিচাৰিছো মই এতিয়া গুৱাহাটীৰ পৰা এইখিনি আহিবলৈ কেতিয়াবা 2 ঘণ্টা লাগি যায় কিন্তু এই বাচ্চাবিলাকে যে তাৰ গাঁৱৰ পৰা কমিউনিকেশ্যন গাড়ী উঠি পেলাই যে ইয়াতে আহিব খোজ কাঢ়িবলৈ কাৰণে সিহঁতৰ 2 ঘণ্টা লাগে 2 ঘণ্টা খোজ কাঢ়িহে সিহঁতে গাড়ী উঠি এইখিনি আহি পায় তো এইটো ফকলৰ টিমটো ফকলৰ গ্ৰুপটো আমাৰ ইউনিচেফে 2018 পৰা সাপোৰ্ট কৰি আহিছে 2018 পৰা এই বাচ্চাবিলাকে এডলসেন্ট গ্ৰুপ নিজৰ গ্ৰুপৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক এৱেৰ কৰি আছে যাতে চাইল্ড মেৰিজ নহয় ড্ৰপ আউট নহয় তেতিয়া বহুত ষ্টৰী শুনিছিলো মই ৰ'জ এম্বাৰ মেমে কৈছিলে ষ্টৰী আৰু এজন মেমে আৰু ষ্টৰী কৈছিলে তো এটা ষ্টৰী মই আপোনালোকৰ লগত শ্বেয়াৰ কৰিব বিচাৰিছো এইটো ৰিয়েল ষ্টৰী হয় য'ত এজন এডলসেন্ট ল'ৰা আৰু এডলসেন্ট ছোৱালী ক্লাছ 7 আৰু ক্লাছ 9 তেখেতসকলৰ দুজনৰ মাজত ভাল পোৱা হৈ যায় এট্ৰাকশ্যন এটা হৈ যায় তাৰপিছত আমাৰ এইটো এৰিয়াত আগতে বহুত তেনেকৈ মেলা সৰু সৰু মেলা হৈ থাকিছিল গাঁৱত তো এনেকৈ সিহঁতৰ মাজত ক্ল'জনেছটো বেছি বাঢ়ি আহিলে ক্ল'জনেছ বেছি বাঢ়ি আহি তেখেতসকলে মেলা ফুৰিবলৈ যায় ক'ৰবাত ফুৰিবলৈ যায় তাৰপিছত এনেকৈ এটা মেলাত সিহঁতে ফুৰিবলৈ গৈছিল তাতে বহুত ক্ল'জ হৈছিল সিহঁতে তাৰপিছত আকৌ সিহঁতে এটা স্কুলতে সিহঁতে পঢ়িছিল ল'ৰাই ক্লাছ 8 পঢ়িছিল আৰু ছোৱালীয়ে ক্লাছ 7 পঢ়িছিল তাৰপিছত কেইদিনমান পিছত একমাহমান পিছত 2 মাহমান পিছত গম পালে যে ছোৱালীটো স্কুলত নাহা হৈ গ'ল ল'ৰাটো আহি থাকে কিন্তু ছোৱালীটো স্কুলত নাহা হৈ গ'ল তো এতিয়া পিছত গম পালো যে স্কুলত নাহাৰ কাৰণটো হ'ল ছোৱালীটো প্ৰেগনেন্ট হৈ গ'ল তো ছোৱালীটো প্ৰেগনেন্ট হৈ যোৱাৰ কাৰণে তাই স্কুল এৰি দিলে তাৰপিছত স্কুল এৰি দিয়াৰ পিছত এতিয়া ঘৰৰ মানুহে ভাবিলে এতিয়া অলৰেডি প্ৰেগনেন্ট হৈ গ'ল ইয়াক কেনেকৈ ঘৰত ৰাখিম তো এতিয়া তাক কি কৰিলে সেইটো ল'ৰাৰ লগত বিয়া পাতি দিলে তো ল'ৰাৰ লগত বিয়া পাতি দিলে এতিয়া তাৰ ডেলিভাৰীৰ সময় আহি গ'ল যেতিয়া ডেলিভাৰীৰ সময় আহি গ'ল হস্পিটেলত লৈ গ'ল কিন্তু ছোৱালীটো মানে ৰক্ষা কৰিব নোৱাৰিলে ছোৱালীটো ঢুকাই গ'ল তো ইয়াতে কি সমস্যা এতিয়া আপোনালোকে কি ভাবে যে সিহঁতে চাইল্ড মেৰিজ কৰিছে সিহঁতে ছোৱালীজনী প্ৰেগনেন্ট হৈ গ'ল এতিয়া এইটো কাৰ দোষ কাৰ দোষ এইটো কাৰণ ছোৱালী আমি তেতিয়া শুনিছিলো যে পেৰেণ্টিঙৰ আমাৰ কোনো একো নিশিকাই বুলি তো এতিয়া ছোৱালীটো প্ৰেগনেন্ট হৈ গ'ল এতিয়া তাতে ইমানবিলাক সমস্যা আহি গৈছে যে ইয়াতে ড্ৰপ আউট হৈ গ'ল ড্ৰপ আউটৰ এটা আহি গ'ল চাইল্ড মেৰিজ এটা আহি গ'ল সেইবিলাক সমস্যা আহি গ'ল এনেকুৱা সমস্যাটো সমাধান কৰিবৰ কাৰণে এইবিলাক ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে ফকলৰ লাইভ শ্ব' কৰি পেলাই সিহঁতক বুজাবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰে বহুত কথা ক'ব ভাবিছিলো কিন্তু ইয়াতে বহুত সময় 9টাৰ পৰা 11টা সেশনটো আছিলে বহুত মানুহে ভোক লাগিছে ওলাই গ'ল তো এইখিনিতে মই কৈ পেলাই শেষ কৰিলো
I'd like to thank Team Nelson for their presentation and bringing perspective how folklore can play an important role in bringing about positive change. Yes, we are running behind schedule and this session is supposed to start from 2 in the afternoon. So I'll close today's session on the theme behavior change and request the participants to proceed for lunch. Thank you all.
নাই নাই আমি মই ওলা এনেই আহিছো
Hello, good afternoon all. We are now going to start our leftover first technical session on sustainable development. I please request all the participants to be present on the hall. Since we are running out of time, I please request all the participants to come over and be seated inside the hall. Yes, sir. Chairperson হিচাপে মোক কৰি দিলে হ'লে
আগৰ সেশনটো আধা বাকি
ইটোইটো একেইটো দেখালে A very good afternoon to you all. Since our first technical session was not over, so we would like to preside over this first technical session. Now I may request Professor Ratikanda sir, co-chairperson and co-chairperson, Dr. Ram Pratap sir, to please come over the stage. Now I may request the rapporteurs to please come over the stage and take their respective charges.
Can we start now? Yes, names. We have no feedback.
মুখী করি কোনো হোম কোনা এটা প্লেস ওর খোলার বাইক থেকে গেছে দেখুন মোর এখানে দিলে কোন জোর করে যাচ্ছে মাটি সে কোন জোর বানাই কোবল হোম না
Good afternoon all. So we will continue our oral presentation. So after completion of Professor Sumit Chakraborty, then Dinata Rai, A. Raja and S.G. Kalani, Kishore Kumar Roy. So these are 4 each completed. Yes, yeah. Now we are calling Anaru Goro. Anaru Goro absent. Then Himango Kumar Dalita. I just again remind you, 10 minutes total time
out of which 8 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes for one question. Dr. Boro. Dr. Boro. हेमंत कुमार आनंद बोलो नहीं So we have 3 presenters. One is Himango Kumar Lalita. Hello, you are Himango Kumar. Next is Anupam Sharma. Hi. Anupam Sharma. Is there? He's there. Sanchita Brahma. Oh, so all 3. Again, I am reminding you 10 minutes time. We have 8 minutes and 2 minutes for question.
Chairman Sir, Hussain, and other participants are leaders. I am basically a professional. I am working against subunits just taking 35 kilometers per year. I am going to present this missile forming a perspective towards sustainable agriculture. Sir, let me honestly tell that this is not a research paper. We are going to conduct a research along with my research scholar. This is I collected from some case studies and some secondary data. So this is not a research paper. We are going to conduct a research on this topic in near future. Missile forming a perspective towards sustainable agriculture. So next please. Yes. Yes. So this is also known as the urine agriculture or Prakriti agriculture. The objective is to know the current scenario of missile farming in India, to highlight different government initiatives and schemes, and to discuss about the role of missile farming in increasing farmers' income. It's not working, sir? Okay. So the basics of farming practices, we all know that what is organic farming and what is chemical farming. But missile farming, it is almost similar to organic farming, but the difference is that the organic farming, it is very much labor intensive. It needs much time than missile farming. It uses FIM, but in missile farming, it uses FIM along with some zivamid and bijamid. What is zivamid? I am going to tell you. In organic farming, we use vermicomposting, but in missile farming, we use indigenous cow-centric. Only desi cows urine are used in missile farming. In organic farming, we use biofertilizer. Here we use homemade materials for disease and pest management. And whether in organic farming you can use the hybrids, in missile farming you cannot use the hybrids. You have to use the cultivar or hybrids. So this is the father of missile farming. This is Japanese Fukuoka, Masanobu Fukuoka. He has written a very famous book, One Star Evolution. He's a very famous person. And this fellow, Subhas Palekar, is promoting missile farming in India. He's the pioneer of missile farming in India. This fellow is from Maharashtra. So Andhra Pradesh is leading the area in case of missile farming all over India. It's almost 1 lakh hectares, followed by Kerala. So Government of India has started this initiative, Bharatiya Prakriti Krishi Paddhati. The aim is to promote traditional indigenous practices, to increase food quality, to focus on on-farm biomass recycling, to improve farmers' profitability, to exclude all synthetic chemical inputs, either directly or indirectly, to generate employment opportunity, this is restoration of soil fertility. This is the aim of Bharatiya BPKP, Bharatiya Prakriti Krishi Paddhati. This is a Government of India initiative. Components of natural farming, it may sound a little bit peculiar for you. First one is the Bijamrit. Second one is the mulching, use of straw for soil moisture retention. Then Jivamrit. Then Wafasa. This is a Vedic word. How to conserve humus in soil. Like it's a little bit different from a traditional humus retaining concept. It is Wafasa. It's a Vedic word. So I'm coming to that. Preparation of Bijamrit. How this is actually seed treatment. A traditional seed treatment. We do seed treatment with the use of fertilizers and different insecticides or pesticides or different formulations. But here you can go for seed treatment with the help of local materials. You can put the hand cow dung in water, then squeeze hanging cow dung in the same water. You can add lime, water, and soil, stir well, and you will find the solution. You can use the solution for treatment of seeds. You can make a layer, a coating over the seed. You can dry the seed, and you can use the seeds for in the field. That will help you to avoid different types of pest and disease problems of different seeds. This is a local natural farming method for seed treatment. Then the Jivamrit. Here, for 1 acre of cultivation, 1 acre of soil, you have to take 200 liters of water, then 10 kilo of cow dung, then 5 to 10 kilo of cow urine, then 2 kilo of phosphorus, 2 kilo of zagari, and a handful of soil. Prepare a mixture, keep it for 48 hours. Then this mixture you can use as fertilizer for next 15 days. You can preserve it for 15 days. This is totally local, made of locally made materials like cow dung. I mind you, the cow should be the desi cow, not the hybrid cow. This is the problem also. This is the opportunity also. Then the main principles of natural farming is no herbicide, no pesticide, no tillage. It may again sound peculiar. You cannot go for tillage preparation. Then you cannot use chemicals for this type of farming. Agronomic practices in natural farming. Seed selection. You must have to seed. You have to go for local seed. This is pre-monsoon. Dicidal, I think I'm not sure. The crop rotation. You have to go for crop rotation of different crops. You cannot concentrate on a single crop. You have to go for different crops, one after another, so that you can retain the soil fertility. Then you can go for mulching with the help of strong material to conserve the moisture of the soil. Then you can go for multiple cropping or relay cropping. In a single plot, you can go for different crops so that the rooting pattern of different crops are similar, different. That way, you can retain the soil fertility. Then you can go for application of FYM and other proportions in the fertilizer. Then you can go also for green manure. You can plant green manures, cut it down, and it will act as natural fertilizer for natural farming. These are different types of economic practices in natural farming. Nutrient management, the formulation, Bijamrit I have already explained. You can go for crop rotation, again mulching, again biological management, and you can also go for green manure. This is all about the nutrient management of natural farming. Pest and disease management, Trichomas, Nemascot, you can use the neem in different ways. Ognister, Predator, this is the biological pest control. You can use different family pests and birds to control different diseases. The field sanitation is very important. Then you can go for cow urine, again, dilutions of cow urine, and you can go for traditional and local seeds. You have to preserve the local seeds. You have to prepare a gene tank, and you have to go for traditional and local seeds. This is the components for pest and disease management of natural farming. Government of India schemes. This is a flagship scheme of Government of India, National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, NMSA. Under this, Bharatiya Prakriti Krishi Paddhati has been started. I think it's not 2 years only. So NSMA, NMSA and BCKP, they are initiating these programs of promoting national economy in our country. Bharat Prakriti Krishi Padhati, the total outlay is 4,645 crores and assistance is rupees 12,200 per hectare. Subsidy you can get for national economy in your area. Target is 12 hectare area in the next 2 years. Then Maharashtra is leading in national economy as far as percentage is concerned, copying pattern. In case of soybean, almost 21% area is covered by national economy, and the percentage farmer is 51%. In case of sugar, it is 13% area, and 58% farmer is covered. And sugarcane, very less number of farmers are opting for sugarcane because it has been seen that production is not at all encouraging in case of national economy in comparison to chemical farming in case of sugarcane. So sugarcane is not getting much benefit from national economy. This is the case of Maharashtra. It's an example only. Yes, sir. So this is the potential areas of national economy in Assam. It's not moving. Yes. Yes. This is the economic side of one text line now. This time is very short. Yield is more in the same market, the typical strategy. I have only 2 slides, I have only 1 slide. Last time open. Next. This is the initiative of AU. Next. Yes. The limitation is there is no scientific validation so far. There is no proper scientific findings whether it is good or bad. Time will tell. Weed and disease management is very difficult. Use of tractors and heavy machineries are prohibited. Short and long-term impact on yield and quality of produce is not known. Hybrid varieties are not allowed, so it is very difficult to feed the entire millions of population in India only with the help of national farming. So you have to go hand by hand, national chemical farming. Non-availability of indigenous cow. So you have to use desi cows. So it is, I think it is not that much practicable to use only desi cows for use of yield. That is also. Thank you.
So now yeah, I see. Actually, I think you don't have any assessment.
No.
No. I have seen the rules. There is no judgment of assessment. It's very good.
Yes. There is no scope of validation.
No. It is assessment.
No. It's a very good. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So our next, thank you, Hemango Kumar Kalida. So our next speaker is Anupam Sharma.
Very good afternoon. Honorable Chairperson Moshe,
and the custodians. I am Upam Sharma. I am District Fisheries Officer from Golpara, the adjacent district of PTR region. I am here to share one of the best practices of fish farming, which have been being practiced by the tribal community in Golpara district.
এখানকার কপি করছো না দোকান এই মধ্যে দিলে দোকান পিভিএন কাটবে এই মধ্যে বেশি না টেস্ট হয়ে যাচ্ছে আর এখন লাগবো
So the title of the presentation is Spiraling Towards Water Conservation by Tribal Ops through Climate Smart Short-Term Aquaculture Practices in Golpara. So this is the view of the district, which has 5 revenue circles. Next, let us have a look at the district, please. Next slide. So this is the cultivable resources, as you can see. Our study focuses on the village community pond, which has 203 numbers and with a water spread area of 146 hectares. And actually, Golpara district is blessed with 1.23 lakh hectare water resources, and the total fish production of the district is, as you can see, it is 12,263.78 metric ton against the estimated demand of 13,400 metric ton, and several biophysical factors including soil topography, water availability, vegetation pattern, and distribution of fish population. It indicates tremendous potential for aquaculture in the district, and you can see the fish production, seed production for 3 consuming years. Next, please. This is the column of the district. Next slide. This is the baseline and targeted status. Availability of fish per capita we have worked out. This is 7.69 with a baseline year of 2018-19. And we have a targeted status of the availability of fish per capita per annum is 10.4. But the state has worked out a 15 kg per capita per annum. And if we take the 50 kg per capita per annum, the present demand stands around 30,400. Next, please. Next slide. Now, this is some of the socio-economic indicators of the district, and around 40.5% of the people in the district they live below poverty line, and 56.97% of people they have a climate risk associated with flood. Next. Now, this is there are 2 community types we have studied. One is in Suwa development block, which is inhibited primarily by Rava and Garo community, and naming Santipara Krisi Pragati Sangha community type group, and the other one is in Kharbuja development block, named it as Pandava Sri Sri Kali Mandir community type, and both the tanks have been both the groups they have undertaken feed-based short-term aquaculture of Indian major carp. And this is the group have been interviewed using semi-structured interview schedule, and this area have been geotagged through a app which the government of Assam has developed through NIC called Matsya Vaibhav. Next slide. Next. Now let us see some of the position of the fish farmers in the value chain. As you can see, even in the entire district. Apart from fish farmers, there are some entrepreneurs are also working in the processed product and inputs. But the fish farmers in this value chain, they collect. Actually, they are collecting the seed from the certified hatchery, as you can see from stocking pond. Then this fish fry, which are being earlier, actually they used to collect this fish fry from the unlicensed vendor. But once we had intervened during 2017-18, actually those farmers have started purchasing the inputs from the licensed vendor. Next slide. Now these are the compiled statistics, compiled details of the scheduled tribe community. We have started this actually observation from 2015 to 2020. This is a 5-year data we have compiled. Here you can see as I have said, the previously they used to collect from the unauthorized vendor, but as far as the current practice is concerned, because Government of Assam has come up with a SEED Act, so people have now started purchasing from the licensed seed grower, and the distance of the seed produce also has come down. Earlier they used to take purchase the seed from a distant locality, which has created a lot of mortality and resulted in less productivity. Here in the total fish production, there is a cumulative increase in the fish production in metric tons. Next. Now this is a comparative analysis of the fish production in two village community tank in metric ton in two different blocks. Next. Next. Now these are some of the indicators which actually the issues which the community have been facing. We have listed number of factors starting from poverty and purchasing power up post-border trade. Here what we have seen, the purchasing power of the people, of the farmers which are practicing short-term agriculture, actually in earlier years they had a less purchasing power, and with the with the practice of short-term agriculture, the purchasing power of the community has started increasing. But the insurance cover, this is also one of the major risk area which needs to be addressed. The insurance cover is very poor, and the loan and credit support to farmers are also very poor. Next. Now these are comparative account of the earlier indicators which we have clubbed into different blocks. As you can see, loan and credit, this is one of the actually high ranked area. Actually, this is one of the neglected area as far as insurance cover also to the farmer and to the pond are also one of the areas which we need to work on. Next. This is actually the community pond which have been built by the community, and the Joint Secretary Government of India has visited. Actually, this area have been judged as best. Actually, the Golpara district have been judged as best district in Northeast India on water harvesting. And this is actually the pond one of the site. And the visit of the assembly community also on this date. Next. Now these are two different communities. Actually, this is, as I said, in the Kuswa development block. Earlier was on Faruda development block, and this also has been visited by Commissioner and Secretary. Next. Next. Next slide. Next slide. Now this is the harvested fish from the tribal community group during 2021 and 22, and this is in the Kuswa block, and this is in the Karbuja block. Two different. This one. Next. Now this is what is the strategy for scaling up. Now we have identified number of factors starting from situational analysis to identify the community, institutional and environmental factors and the constraints for scaling up strategies. And we need to engage policy dialogue for the pro development agenda on small holder agriculture involving community and with the active involvement of the opinion leaders. We need to identify certain indicators of planning, monitoring and evaluation to measure the impact and process of upskilling. And at the same time, we need to build the capacity and institutional system to sustain and replicate the water conservation and aquaculture, short-term aquaculture practices, and to catalyze and to foster grassroots innovation on water conservation and aquaculture. So, what is the way forward? Next. Now, this is the way forward because business transaction, we have seen that business transaction from primary producer to production, transformation, and marketing to the end user, through minimizing the post-harvest fish loss, because this is also one of the areas which we have started working through aggregation, organizing, and integration. Because these three are the key challenges. By introducing a SPARK system, which we say small producer aggregating resource center. So next, this all. Thank you.
You work on the fish culture, isn't it? But in Assam, there are many places. The lowland is there. where paddy is growing. And do you not have any attempt in
Sir, yes, sir.
paddy camp fish
Sir,
culture?
there are two areas in Assam which is famous for actually for pedicam, integrated pedicam fish culture. This is one is in Khanuja block. I am very fortunate that people in this area, because this is actually out of the purview of my study, because I am presenting here a case of common village community tank, which is practiced by tribal folk. But this actually, as you were saying, this integrated pedicam fish culture are being practiced in the lowland area, and this is mostly done by the non-tribal.
But you are presenting sustainable farming.
That is a very sustainable system, sir.
So in sustainable farming,
Sir.
income boosting is the most important criteria.
Right, sir.
So if you go for rice cum fish culture, there are two incomes. One from rice, another from the fish.
Now, there are two systems for your information. One is synchronous system and the other one is alternate system. In the synchronous system, they undertake paddy and fish together. And in alternate system, first they take paddy, then they go for fish.
Yes.
So there are two systems. But within this study, I have not got. So if I find himself, I'll
Sir, so what kind of support do you provide to these villagers who are involved in this?
So that's what I said.
Officially,
Because these ponds were created under the assistance of Rural Infrastructure Development Fund under RID. So Department of Fisheries, even as a district fisheries officer, I had supervised and provided fund for construction and excavation of the area. Actually, this area, the first one is which we have been able to achieve the prize. This is 6 hectare water area. There are 2 ponds. One is 2 hectare, the other one is 4 hectare. So we provide assistance for excavation as well as fish culture, which in that has actually created water conservation in the area, because that area is flood affected and drought prone.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Sanchita Brahma.
আপনার মানে স্টুডেন্টলি জেরক্স প্রিন্ট আউট বা জেরক্স কৰিব পাৰে ক'ত কৰাব তাকে চাব লাগিব ৰ'ব
নাই তো আমি বাইরে খুঁজে আইছি
হয়েছে না
সব দোকান কেটা বন্ধ ইয়ত সব
মানে আজি মানে ইহঁতৰ ডিমাণ্ড নাই
না না পারি তো খাবে
খবৰ পোৱা নাই
पूरी दुनिया में वायरस है भाई गॉड
So good afternoon to everyone, respected chairman sir, co-chairman sir, delegates present and dear presenters. So myself Dr. Sanchita Brahma, Assistant Professor, Department of Horticulture, Sir Chandra Sinha, College of Agriculture, under Assam Agriculture University, Rangamati, Dhubri. So today, on the occasion of this Bodoland International Knowledge Conference 2023, so I'm going to present one small portion of my PhD research work. So the topic of my presentation is sustaining vegetable crop productivity through incorporation of cover crop in vegetable cropping system. So the concept of cover crop is not new today, but from time immemorial, the use of cover crop has been used by people, by the farming community. But of late, recently, the concept of cover crop has gained popularity, and especially this vegetable crop. So we all know it as a most pungent vegetable crop. So it is consumed mostly as a vegetable. But of late, the importance of this crop has been discovered, and many research work has been conducted abroad, but not in India. So in my PhD research work, I have tried a small portion of this, try to explore a small portion of this miraculous cover crop. So this radish, so mostly it is a pungent vegetable, and if we incorporate radish as a cover crop, so immediately before as well as after growing of vegetable crops, especially in the sandy soil. So I have done my experiment at Gosaigao subdivision under Kokrajhar district, and the soil characteristics of those places is mostly sandy in structure and with low organic matter content, low nitrogen, and low this cation exchange capacity. So all this contribute to the poor soil characteristics of the soil, and so I have tried to incorporate this vegetable crop, that is radish, as a cover crop, especially before growing of vegetable crops as well as after growing of vegetable crops. So first, I have tried this cover crop. So after this crop has come up well, so I have incorporated it in the soil, and then I have gone for the vegetable cropping system. So here I have included these three levels of cover crops: 100%, 75%, 50% cover, and 0% cover, that is control without any cover crop, and three levels of vegetable cropping system, that is first okra, that is followed by bitter gourd, then chili followed by dolichos bean, and cowpea followed by this amaranth. And I have included some of the leguminous vegetable crops, so that in addition to this radish as a cover crop, so leguminous vegetable crops can also help in enhancing the fertility status of the soil. So I have cited one reference here. So that is done in Maryland University So they have found out that this radish, forest radish, is the cream of the cover crop. So we can also include this leguminous as well as non-leguminous, but this forest radish, it comes under this non-leguminous cover crop. So leguminous cover crops, they mostly add nitrogen to the soil, and we can cut down around 50, it can add around 50 to 100 kg of this nitrogen to the soil. But this forest radish cover crop, so it is very miraculous. What it do, so it, after the crop we, this tuberous roots it develops, what it do, it scavenges all the nutrients that is left over by the previous vegetable crops, and it stores up in this tuberous roots. And after we incorporate this crop in the soil, so slowly and slowly it will release all the nutrients in the soil. So this is, and within a span of 2 months, it will cover the whole area, providing ground cover so that there is no weed growth. So apart from adding nutrients, it also controls the weed growth. Okay. So just I want to highlight like what is a cover crop. So cover crop is not intended for harvest. Okay, so it is managed to maintain and improve the soil fertility, then water quality, and help manage weeds and pests and diseases. So the window that is left in between two vegetable crops, so we can include this cover crops. So cover crops often are planted after harvesting a vegetable crop and then terminated before planting of the next vegetable crop. So in some production systems also, people, what do? They also include this radish as a cover crop in between the vegetable crops, along with the vegetable crops. Okay. So this is the miracle of this forest radish vegetable crop. So what it do? So the thick tuberous roots, after it is harvested, so that this pores that is left in the soil, so after harvest, so it acts like a biodrill. So that is why the nickname has been given biodrill or tillage radishes. Okay, then the thinner, that is the voluminous root portion of this radish, forest radish. So it forms the biodrill, but this thinner taproot, it extends up to 2 to 2.4 meters below the ground. So it reduces the functions of tillage. So it makes the soil loose and friable, and it prepares the soil ready to be by next spring, and allows for early sowing of the vegetable crops. So this is the picture. When the forest radish it comes up, so it protrudes around 2 to 6 inches above the ground, and below ground also it performs the biodrill function, and it stores lots amount of water, so it decomposes quickly and it releases nutrients to the soil. And since it grows very rapidly, so it covers the whole ground surface, and it also prevents the weed growth. So after the winter is over, so it gets naturally killed, and so this winter kill and makes the soil ready for early sowing of vegetable crops in the next spring. So this is the general view of my experimental plot. So that is the general view. So this is the 10% means 100% cover of the land with the forest radish cover crop, and next is the 75% cover. So at least some portions of the land is protruding out, and then the 50%. So in 100% cover of this forest radish, there is complete coverage of the ground. So it won't allow any sunlight to fall on the ground, and it will completely control the weed growth. So this is the picture of the forest radish cover crop. So it is quick, very rapid establishment. So 8 days after seeding, so the root growth it protrudes downwards, and then 6 weeks after seeding, so second photograph is showing, and then deep rooting depth 11 weeks after seedling. So the roots will go downward, the thinner portion of the taproot. So numerous works have been conducted outside. So multi-purpose cover crop. So in University of Maryland, than in other Michigan State University also. Okay, objectives of the study is to to find out the effect of cover crops on the yield as well as the economics of vegetable cropping system. Then next slide. Okay, so next slide. Next slide. Okay. Previous one. Okay, previous one. No. Next. Next. Okay. See, so the effect of forest reduced cover crop on the 6 vegetable cropping system has been evaluated, and a 100% cover crop system, that is 30 by 30 centimeters spacing. So all the vegetable crops in a sequence, they have recorded the highest yield compared to all other levels as well as the control. Okay, so regarding the cost economics are the same. This cover crop one, that is 100% cover crop, followed by chili, and then again followed by the next vegetable crop, that is dolichos bean. It has recorded the highest cost benefit ratio, 6.39. So out of all the vegetable crops, we can say that this vegetable cropping system, chili followed by dolichos bean, as well as the 10% cover crop. So it may be a sustainable concept for growing of vegetable crops in the this low fertility status of the soil like Gosaigao. Okay, so coming on to the summary, the same 10% reddish cover crop followed by chili crop, again followed by dolichos bean. So I can suggest this vegetable cropping system along with the forest reddish cover crop mostly to the farming community. So they can go for using this forest reddish cover crop. So before going to the taking up a vegetable crop, as well as after taking up the vegetable crops for improvement of soil fertility. So for sustainable vegetable production in the sandy soil of Gosaigao, Assam, so we can suggest farming community for taking up of a forest reddish cover crop. So that is Lephana sativus variety longipinatus. So synonym, it is also known as daikon or Japanese reddish. So it gets winter kill, and there is no need of tilling the soil before sowing of the vegetable crop soil. Yes, sir. And not in Pakistan. No, sir.
Okay, any question, please? No question? So the values of the cost benefit ratio, even 6.2. Why?
Why so different? Because I have incorporated one leguminous crop as well as that forest reddish cover crop.
Yes, so okay.
So chili is a very costly this vegetable crop. Okay, so like I have done my experiment during spring, summer, and summer season. So in those periods, the cost of chili rises compared to the rabi season, sir. And also this added cumulative benefits we have get from this forest reddish cover crop. So it has helped in scavenging all the nutrients that is left over by the previous crop, and it has stored in that root. And also references I have found out, like it can also scavenge, apart from nitrogen, it can also scavenge the phosphorus and potassium from the root, from the soil below, down below, and then it stores in the top layer of the soil.
Do you have such data?
Yes, sir. References I have.
Reference? You have data in your school?
Yes, sir. I have included it. Thank you, sir.
Since officially the first technical session is over, I will now request our chairperson and co-chairperson to please hand over the certificates to the participants. Now I may request the participants to please come over the stage and take over their certificates. Names are
May I request Hemant Kumar Kalita please come on the stage and take the certificate? May I request Anupam Sharma to please come and get his certificate? May I request Dr. Sanchita Brahma to please come on the stage and get her certificate? Thank you.
Now I would like to request our member of Sustainable Agriculture, Dr. Gautam Roy, to say a few words on the vote of thanks. Please, sir. I would also like to request our chairperson and co-chairperson to please come over and we get seated, since officially our technical session is going to be started.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Gautam Chandra Rai, Assistant Professor from CIT Kokrajhar. I am here to express our vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing subcommittee, Sustainable Agriculture, Bodoland International Knowledge Festival 2023. We would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chairperson, Professor Emeritus Ratikanto Ghosh, Bidhan Chandra, Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, North Bengal, and co-chairperson of this technical session, Dr. R.P. Singh, sir, Associate Professor, Central University of Gaya. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. And our sincere thanks to our paper presenters, Professor Sumit Chakraborty sir, Uttar Bengal, Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, North Bengal, Ms. Vinota Rai, Research Scholar from Mizoram University, Dr. M. Radha, Assistant Professor, Loyola College, Chennai, Dr. Kishore Kumar Roy, Assistant Professor, Sharat Chandra Sinha College of Agriculture, Rangamati, Professor Hemant Kumar Kalita sir, Professor S.C.S. College of Agriculture, Rangamati, Dr. Anupam Sharma, District Fishery Development Officer, Goalpara, and Dr. Sanchita Brahma, Assistant Professor, Sharat Chandra Sinha College of Agriculture, Rangamati, for being here with us and for their nice presentation and sharing their knowledge with us. Next, sincere thanks to both our reporters, Dr. Bansal Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Bodoland University, and Nitiraj Sadaria, nominee from BTCR Government. Last but not least, we want to express our sincere thanks to BTC, BTR Government, the head of the department, faculties, officers of the various departments of Bodoland University who handled the event for good, a wide line of excellence, and thanks to all the students, research scholars, audience, participants who made the event a memorable one and helping us make this event a great success. Thank you all.
Now we will be presenting the certificate of appreciation to our chairperson and co-chairperson. Sir, I would like to request our chairperson, Professor Emeritus Ratikanta Ghosh sir, to please kindly come over the stage and take his certificate of appreciation. Sir, please come. Bye. Our co-chairperson, sir, Professor Emeritus Ratikanta Bose, sir. This is the certificate of appreciation from Sustainable Agriculture.
This is actually our honor to present you, sir. This is also to being a judge for the oral presentations. And I would like to tell you the result of oral presentation is being evaluated and it will be declared after the sideline presentation is over. You know. So, sir, it is our honor to present you.
And for co-chairperson, we also present.
I would like to invite, and probably he has done a hard job, and that's why he has got 3 certificates. Particular appreciation, one for chairing, co-chairing the session, another to judge this oral presentation, another was unknown judge, but I will reveal this is a judge for poster presentation as well.
Thank you, sir. So now we were starting our second technical session, and to run this second technical session, we now please invite our chairperson, Dr. Hemango Kumar Kalita, who is presently working in Sarachandra Singha College of Agriculture, Department of Extension Education. He is the head and also member of Academic Council in Assam Agriculture University and in charge of Education Technology Cell. Sir Hemango Kumar, sir, please be seated in the dais. Then, to take over the charge of co-chairperson, I would like to request Dr. Sumit Chakravarti, Professor and Head of the Department of Forestry, Faculty of Horticulture, Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Kundibari. His area of specialization is forest ecology, agroforestry, and medicinal plants. He was awarded with Scientist of the Year award in 2017, and he has 91 research papers along with 34 book chapters and 6 books, including a host of scientific projects running under his feet. A hearty welcome, sir. Then, sir, on a rapporteur seat, I would like to invite Biswajit Nath and Rituraj Saikia. Nikiraj Saikia, sorry. Biswajit from Science College, Kokrajhar. And please be seated.
Welcome to all. I would like to invite Ms. Pranamika Sharma from SCS College of Agriculture. Assistant Professor. Time allotted is 10 minutes, 8+2. There will be a warning after 8 minutes. Thank you. Yes. Participant, please upload your PPTs one by one. Pranamika Sharma, Karisma Das, Vinita, Gopal Shukla, Shubhankar Saha, Bhaskar Juri Sharma, Padmini Das, Manoj Kumar Rajbansi, Rupam Sarma, Sajid Kumar Das, and Hrishikesh Oza.
Presenter, please remind that I will give you warning at 8 minutes, your total presentation. Oh, 8 plus 2 is your time. Your total time to present is 8 minutes and 2 minutes for any interaction. So I will give you warning in 7th minute. So please be careful. Thank you.
এতিয়া ভালকে যাইছো See? Let's put us in
Warm evening to one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Hanamika Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of Plant Pathology, SCS College of Agriculture, AIM, Dhubri. Today I am going to present one small research that conducted in our laboratory. The microbial consortia triggered defense mechanism in plants and boosts farm productivity. The introduction part. The importance of sustainable agriculture is becoming one of the vital issues of present scenario of agricultural development and research throughout the world. In this scenario of improved agriculture, pests and diseases still continues a major limiting factor in crop production, as chemical, pesticide and host resistance is not faithful because of their limitation, as chemical pesticides is not eco-friendly and host resistance is not durable because of their single gene. So, an alternative, effective and eco-friendly approach is indeed. So, the use of biological control and the use of plant growth promoting rhizobacteria has been widely adopted in the field of agriculture, as it offers an attractive way to improve crop growth and development, replacing or supplementing chemical fertilizers and pesticides. During the past couple of decades, the use of plant-borne promoting bacteria for sustainable agriculture has increased tremendously in various parts of the world. But their inconsistency has been reported because of their performance in field. So emphasis must be given for consistent performance of biological control is the most important work not only for researchers but also for growers. So present investigation was carried out with this objective, the evaluation of microbial consortium of Pseudomonas fluorescens and Trichoderma viridie for management of bacterial blight of rice. As bacterial blight is a seed-borne disease and it is most devastating disease in rice. So coming to the method of materials as well as results, we have collected the soil samples for collection of rhizosporic microorganisms from different locations, basically from rice field of Dhubri district. We have followed the specific protocols for isolation with the help of serial dilution techniques and with proper doses. We have isolated the beneficial microorganisms. And around, we have collected 60 soil samples from which we have collected 7 numbers of beneficial microbes, and we have conducted some experiments there, biochemical tests as well as the inhibitor tests. We have screened out 2 most important and efficient bioagents, and we have also characterized them as Pseudomonas fluorescens as well as Trichoderma viridie, and we consider them for further use. So these are the few culture of our isolates. This is the morphological characters of the isolate Trichoderma as well as Pseudomonas. So we have also studied the compatibility studies for preparation of our formulation, and we have used for that compatibility study, we follow the co-culture or well culture techniques that given by agar-block method. The compatibility of the bioactive microorganism was recorded and was selected for further study. And these are the results of the compatibility test. We found that both the microorganism is compatible in both the nutrient medium, the potato dextrose agar as well as nutrient agar. So we are conducted the test in both the medium. Then next come to the collection of pathogens. That is Xanthomonas oryzae, Patraba oryzae. We have collected the isolate, pathogenic isolate from farmer's field, and we follow the standard protocol for isolation of the pathogen with this flowchart. And this is the pure culture of our bacterial pathogen. And we characterize the bacterial pathogens, and we found that it is a gram-negative reaction having rod-shaped bacteria. It produces yellow pigmentation in specific media, that is sucrose pectin agar. And also we characterize them with the basis of their biochemical reaction. We conducted the KOS test which found positive results, and citrate utilization test which gives negative results, and stress hydrolysis it gives positive results, oxidase test it gives negative result, the denitrification test it gives positive results, and ammonia production is gives negative as well as Levant test also gives negative results. These are the photographs of our biochemical test. Then comes to the pathogenicity test we conducted in pot. The pathogenicity test was conducted with standard protocol, and we have now found the results that whichever plants were inoculated with the bacterial pathogens, all are wilted at 240 hours of inoculation, where the uncontrolled, where only sterile distilled water was given, is not impacted. And this is the result of the pathogenicity test in pot. And these are the symptoms that produced in the experiment. Then comes to the inhibition purposes. Then compatible bioactive materials were further tested for antagonistic ability against the bacterial pathogens. The nutrient agar media was taken as basil medium for the test. Then their radial growth inhibited of Xanthomonas oryzae is observed. The design we have followed is CRD. Then replication 5, then macile media is nutrient agar media, and the treatment were highest showing suppression in vitro were tested in pot. And this is the result of inhibition test. And in vitro test, we found that 70% inhibition was found in the consortium where we have applied the trichoderma as well as Pseudomonas fluorescens. And the experiment was carried out in Lake House for further experiment for observation of their host defense mechanism. And we followed in a variety Masuri we have used with this 4 treatment, 5 treatment, then replication 5 and design CRD is followed. And these are the different treatment we have applied the bioformulation in field. And these are the formulation we have prepared in our laboratory. Then this is the experimental area of pot. And this is the result where we have found that consortia of Pseudomonas fluorescens as well as Trichoderma viride, we have found 82% disease reduction. And the growth characters we have found in the treatment where we have applied Pseudomonas fluorescens as well as Trichoderma viride, where XO is, that is the Xanthomonas oryzae, Pathognia oryzae is inoculated, we found 1,000 grain weight, 13.22 gram. As compared to the XO, that is disease flat, where it is only 8.5 gram. So a highly significant negative correlation was recorded in between disease at 1,000 grain weight. So now comes to the A, the application of the strain mixer, that is Trichoderma viride as well as Pseudomonas fluorescens based bioformulation as combined as stage root tip treatment as well as soil drenching. So highly significant reduction of bacterial blight disease in pot and significant enhancement of rice yield. The technology should be evaluated on multi-line trade MLT and OFT on-farm training basis for further confirmation. If successfully proved, can be even used as efficient protocol towards the production of organic rice in Assam. Then besides this, biointensive package can be evaluated for further important crops against suppression of various diseases and their yield performance. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Next speaker, Karishma Das. She will be bioformulation of Bulgaria, Bassiana against rice leaf folder.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Karishma Das. Dr. Karishma Das. I am working as an assistant professor in the Saurabh Chandra Sinha College of Agriculture, which is situated at Rangamati area of Dhubri district, and my department is entomology. So this is my research title, and my research title is Exploration of Native Talc-based Bioformulation of Beauveria bassiana against rice leaf roller, that is Nephaloprosis medinalis. And these are my contents. First, introduction, then objectives, next materials and methods, then results, and lastly, summary and conclusion. So, as all we know that rice is a staple food for over half of the world's population. This rice crop that occupy an area of occupy an area of 43.79 million hectare with a total production of 116.42 million metric ton, and productivity is 2659 kg per hectare in India. In Assam, the rice is grown in an area of 2.46 million hectare with a production of 5.14 million ton, and productivity is 2086 kg per hectare. And this data is based on Directorate of Economics and Statistics, Trust of India, 2018 to 19. So, the rice production system in Assam is mainly affected by different abiotic as well as the biotic factors. And among all the biotic factors, insect pests are the major constraint. It has been estimated that about 300 species of insect pests that can attack the rice crop at different growth stages of the crop. And among these, 23 numbers of insect pest species that can cause remarkable damage. So after transplanting of the rice seedlings into the main field, a significant yield loss is mainly caused by some borers, some epidermal feeders, and some sucking pests. And among all the epidermal feeders, this rice leaf folder that will be considered as one of the major pests of rice crop that causes a significant yield losses worldwide. So this leaf folder that attack the rice seedling at vegetative stages of the crop growth, mainly in the pillaring stage. So here, in case of rice leaf folder, the larval stage that is mainly responsible for damaging the rice crop. The larva that folds the leaves longitudinally and develops some white color longitudinal streaks on the rice leaves due to the scraping of the green tissue. As a result, the chlorophyll content that will remove and the photosynthesis process in the plants that will hamper. So, in the past 50 years, it has been seen that the insect pests are mainly controlled by using synthetic pesticides. But in the recent years, it has been seen that the use of synthetic pesticides in the pest management has become highly controversial because of the problem of health hazards to the users and consumers, then residual toxicity, then environmental pollution and development of pesticide resistance. Now, the biological method of pest management utilizing entomopathogenic fungi is one of the key weapons to replace the load of chemical pesticides. The entomopathogenic fungi such as Beauveria bassiana that is considered as a potential biocontrol agent that has the ability to control more than 700 numbers of insect pests of agricultural importance worldwide. This Beauveria bassiana that is a naturally occurring soil-borne ubiquitous fungi, and this biocontrol agent that causes an infection in the various insect pest species, causing one disease that is known as white muscardine disease. So with this view, an experiment was conducted to evaluate the application methods and doses of Beauveria bassiana vegetable powder formulation against the rice leaf folder, that is Nephaloprosis nadinalis, under in vitro conditions. Now, the materials and methods. So this is the study area. The study area was Department of Entomology, Assam Agricultural University, Jorhat. So in that experiment, first I have prepared the bioformulation from Beauveria bassiana and the strain that was used for the preparation of talc-based bioformulation that was native or indigenous strains, because this strain was originally isolated from Assam itself, that is from one of the most important insect pest of rice, that is Rhicispa, and the strain name is IMI 335352. So this is the process of preparation of vegetable powder formulation. So first we prepare the media. So here we use liquid media as PDB. Then after preparation of the media, we go for the sterilization under autoclave at 20 lb pressure for 30 minutes. Then after cooling of the media, we just supplement some nutrient source like peptone, then dextrose, then maltose, then NaCl at the rate of 0.75%. That means 100 ml of PDB that should contain 0.75 gram of each nutrient. Then after that we inoculate 0.8 centimeter mycelial disc of Beauveria bassiana under laminar airflow condition. Then incubate the flask at a temperature of 25 plus minus 1 degree centigrade for 15 days. Then after 15 days, we just collected the material fungal mail. Then the fungal mail that was mixed with a already standardized carrier material. The carrier material was talcum powder, and we have mixed the carrier material with the fungus at a ratio of 1:1. Then after that, we go for the drying. Then drying was done under laminar airflow condition for 72 hours. Then after that, the materials that was sealed by using 60 mesh size seal. Then this formulation that is ready for packaging, and we done the packaging in a already sterilized polypropylene bag. So after the preparation of bioformulation, we go for the evaluation of different biological
Please
parameters.
conclude.
Biological parameters such as colloidal density and germination percentage, because this parameter is most important in case of efficacy of the fungus. This colloidal density that was counted by using one method that was developed by Das et al. 2011. And here in case of germination percentage, we calculated the germination percentage by adopting one method that was developed by Francisco et al. 2006 and Das et al. 2011. So later, we have evaluated the different application methods of Beauveria bassiana vegetable powder formulation. So here we evaluate three methods of bioformulation. First one is seed treatment, then next one is the soil treatment, then third one is the foliar application. In seed treatment, we use wet seed treatment method. Here we evaluate three doses, that is 5-10 gram per liter of water, and each dose is again replicated 3 times. And for all the treatments,
Please conclude. I'm sorry.
for the all treatment methods, the crop variety that was Ranjit was selected. So here we observe two parameters mainly, percent seed germination, and another one is plant height, that is comes under the morphological character. Here also same in soil treatment method. Here also we have we have taken same doses and same replication, and under this method we have observed one character only, that is the plant height under morphological character. Then here under foliar application, we see the efficacy of Beauveria bassiana vegetable powder formulation against the target pest. So this is one method that is developed by Das et al. 2011. So results. Biological parameters of Beauveria bassiana applique formulation. So here we have found that the colloidal density was 5.6 into 10 to the power 7 conidia per ml, and germination was about 86.01%. Then we see the effect of Beauveria bassiana WP formulation on the seed germination, and among these 3 doses, the 15 gram showed the best results after 24 hours of incubation. Then here, effect of different application methods of Beauveria bassiana on plant height at 10 days after application. Here also we have found that the 15 gram dose of seed treatment that shows the highest plant height, that is 19.44 centimeter. Then here we observe the foliar application method in the against the mortality of Nephelopsis medicalis, that is rice leaf folder, and among all these 3 methods, this 15 gram that showed the best result in suppression of the target pest, that is the 68.18%. Next, summary and conclusion. So here, in this bioformulation, we observe the different biological parameters like colloidal density and germination percentage, and the germination percentage was 86.01%, and among all the methods, application methods, we have found that foliar application at the rate of 15 gram per liter of water, that is the base method and the base doses against the target pest, that is the Nephelopsis medicalis, after 10 days of spray. And however, in that particular dose and in that particular seed treatment and soil treatment method, the formulation they did not show any detrimental effect on the seed germination and seedling vigor. So now conclusion from the panel investigation, we can conclude that In vitro condition, the incidence of leaf folder that can be managed by applying 15 gram of Vivian WP4 formulation per liter of water. Thank you, sir.
Any question? So no question, please. Next, Vinita. Participants are requested to skip the introduction part, please. Please skip the introduction part. Come directly to the results and discussion.
খুলি দিও নাই জায়গা নাই
Cardamom based traditional agroforestry system across altitudinal gradient in Darjeeling, Himalaya. As we all know that traditional agroforestry system is one of the important component in the livelihood and economy of rural people, poor population, especially in the mountainous region. In mountainous region, these traditional farming systems mimics the natural forest, as it provides the same ecosystem services like the forest provides. So this large cardamom is one of the oldest spice and it is native to Sikkim and Darjeeling, Himalaya. It is also present in the eastern hills of Nepal and Bhutan also. So by nature, this crop is xerophyte. It means it is a shade-loving plant. It grows as an traditionally as an intermixed understory crop with natural forest. It grows between 600 to 2,000 meter mean above sea level. As I said that it is a understory crop, so it grows with multiple species. It is associated with Ellus nepalensis, Schema volishai, Mesia chachia, ficus species, and many more. But it grows well with Ellus nepalensis. There are so many agroforestry system. Traditional agroforestry system is present in different tropical regions, and if we compare it with other ecosystem, it shows high floristic diversity. So these high floristic diversity provides different ecosystem services in terms of provisionary service, regulatory service,
cultural service and supporting services. So therefore, there is still no study conducted in this particular system. In Sikkim, Himalaya, there are some scatter work already done by ICMOD Nepal, but there is no work done in Darjeeling, Himalaya. So therefore, the study was conducted to explore, to generate the precise quantitative data on the potential of this system. So the study period between 2019 to 2021 and reconnaissance survey was conducted, and we have found only 25 traditional farming. There are many more, but 25 farmings were only those where the crops are cultivated under protected and reserved forests. And we have found these crop between 700 to 2,000 meter mean above sea level. So we have classified on the basis of altitudinal chronosequence. So we have classified into low, mid, and high. That is 700 to 1200, 1200 to 70, and more than 70. So for diversity indices, we have used these formulas. So conservation status, we have used the ICMOD release categories, and the ecosystem services. For this, we have followed the Millennium Ecosystem Guidelines. So the result is total in this garden we have found 130 species, which belongs to 63 families and 107 genera. It includes 37 trees, 25 herbs, 25 shrubs, 46 herbs, 8 ferns, 11 climbers, and 3 orchids. And in low altitude, we have 76 species. In mid altitude, we have 60 species, and in high altitude, we have 52 species. So these are the list of the tables with their respective families and genera, and trees and shrubs are also there. So we have found that overall Asteraceae family was the prominent in all the altitude, and in overall, we found that the herbs were the most dominant plant form, because as I said that this crop is grown in the protected or reserve forest, so there is no human interference. That is why the herbaceous species are born. So this table shows that the altitude has great influence on the plant species richness and plant population, and it shows that it is negatively correlated with altitude, species richness and plant population both. But this species richness and plant population, it has positive significant relationship with each other. As altitude grows, the diversity of the species or the plant population decreases. Here in table 3, it shows that the overall, in this studied system, the overall Menenic species diversity is 1.36, but it gradually decreases with increasing altitude, as it is negatively correlated with plant population and species richness. The concentration of dominance is also increases with increasing altitude. The Shannon-Wiener index, it decreases with increasing altitude. The evenness of the index is also decreases with increasing altitude. So this table shows the similarity of the index at different altitudes. So overall, we found that 17 species, that is 0.18 similarity index, only 17 species were common, and it shows the decreasing trend. So we have observed that 91 species are unique, means 39 species out of 62 is common, is unique in low altitude. In 21 is common, unique in mid altitude, and 31 is common, unique in high altitude. And overall, 17 species were common in all the 3 altitudes. So these are the IUCN status of the documented species. So 68.46% species come under the fall of data deficit category. 29.23 fall under the category of least concern, and there are 2 species, which is Cupressus cashmeriana and Cryptomeria japonica. It is come under the near to threatened species, and there is one species only, that is Brookbensia scubensis. It is fall under the category of extinct in wild. So this Brookbensia species is native to Brazil. So it is extinct in wild in Brazil only, but it is present in these regions. Here, this figure shows that it is on the basis of altitude. So this figure shows that the data deficit is followed by least concern in all the 3 species, and near to threatened, that is 2 species. It is present in all the 3.
Please conclude.
All the 3 altitude. So these are the ecosystem services of all the documented species. That E, S, R, and C, it shows the total 120 species fall under the category of provisionary surveys, 33 fall under the category of supporting, 34 fall under the category of regulatory service, and 47 fall under the category of cultural services. So these SP, PR, PC, CR, PCR, that shows SP shows the supporting and provisionary services. So these are the ecosystem services on the basis of altitude. So conclusion is that here we observe that altitude significantly influence the floristic diversity and plant population, and this system is highly important as it supports high floristic diversity. So it is very important for the livelihood and economy of rural population, because it provides different ecosystem services as it is very close to the natural forest. And the IUCN status also reveal that it supports native as well as indigenous species. So this system is very important. So that is why it is very important to do more exploration and research work in this system. Inclusive and comparative research is also required to analyze the ecosystem services of the system. In-depth analysis of structure and composition with respect to altitudinal location will generate more information on functional diversity, structure, composition, and productivity. So these are the references which I used. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Okay, thank you. Next, Shivankar Saha. Gopal Shukla. Please be concise.
Good evening to all of you, respected chairman and co-chairman, and dear participants. Myself, Dr. Gopal Shukla, working as an assistant professor in Department of Forestry, UPTV, Coachbihar, West Bengal. My topic of presentation is carbon sequestration potential of a Tectona grandis plantation in the agricultural landscape in eastern Himalaya. Why we need to manage the carbon? The question is that, and how we manage the carbon? 2 questions. Before the starting of my presentation, I will try to answer both the questions. As we all know, our nature is suffering with unprecedented event, and due to that, our Mother Earth is experiencing number of problems like global temperature rises. Among them, most of the things are due to increasing concentration of carbon in our atmosphere, and that is why, because of the human-induced climate change. If we all are aware about the climate change, what is climate change? Gradually increasing the average temperature of Earth's atmosphere in the over decades is known as climate change. Climate change is due to the global warming as well as greenhouse effect. Among them is the carbon is most important component to increase our temperature. How we will manage the temperature? You can see forest is the major land use system which is the response to capture atmospheric carbon that fix in soil as well as in a biomass. But the condition of our forest is deteriorated day by day, and the area is very restricted. We cannot increase our forest because we have to provide the food to our ever-increasing population. So we have to find out the solutions. What is the alternate? The alternate is tree outside forest. We have to go for the increasing tree instead of forest outside. Tree outside forest in the way of increasing tree cover in and around the institutional area, along with the road or railway tracks. That provide us direct as well as indirect benefit, like sequestering the carbon as well as providing the direct benefit as well as indirect benefit in the form of provisional services. Among them, the agroforestry system is one of the prominent tree outside forest that will provide us multiple output. Among the first one is direct benefit, that is provisioning livelihood options because food grain. Apart from that, agroforestry provide us food, fuel wood, fodder, vegetables, so and so, and some of the treaties also saying agroforestry is one of the viable alternate to capture the atmospheric carbon. In all over India, number of agroforestry systems are available, but in West Bengal only one famous agroforestry system is available, that is home garden. Apart from that, farmers of the region are growing tea as well as gummer and millenia species. Because the species are having commercial importance in the land, those are not fit for agriculture. Among them, the teak is one of the most important species because teak is grown in a home garden as well as in agroforestry systems in the form of farm forestry. With this background, the present study was conducted because the data for baseline data is required to manage our climatic variability. With this background, the study was conducted with two objectives: to assess the phytochemical characteristics of soil as well as to assess the phytodiversity, biomass, carbon storage, and peak farm forestry. This is the study area of the research. The study was conducted in Kuchbehar district of West Bengal, that is under Tarai zone of West Bengal. This is the weather condition of the study periods. This is the standard methodology adapted for the study purpose. The survey was conducted in Kuchbehar district and total 18 plantations were selected. Those are having more than 1 hectare land. And after the selection of the plantations were classified on the basis of age, that is below the 5 to 10 and 10 to 15 year age classes. These are the parameters which were taken during the study periods. Coming to the result and discussion, overall 28 species were recorded from the plantations that will represent 28 genera as well as 19 family. And out of the total 28, 11 is tree. That means tree is dominated in the farm forestry sector, that is teak-based farm forestry particularly. You can see all the parameters are higher in the lower age classes in terms of species richness, because at the lower age classes, teak is not producing any allelopathic effect. As the age progresses, teak will produce the allelopathic effect, and the diversity within the teak is reduced. These are the among the teak. Some of the other tree species are found, like Bombay Shiba, so and so. On the basis of moisture and EC, as in case of depth, as the depth increased, moisture content which also decreases. But in case of the age, lower age classes is given higher moisture content as compared to others, because farmers are providing at the initial stage some irrigation as well as manure to the plantation. After the 5-year age classes, they will not provide anything to the plantation, and that looks like a miniature forest. Same thing for EC, and in the case of multency, no discrete trends were observed. In case that is the important thing, because the primary nutrient, that is NPK are increased as the age increased. And in case of the depth, NPK is decreased as the depth is decreased. In the lower age classes, NPK is high, and then again 10 to 15 year age classes, NPK is higher. In middle age classes, NPK is low, because at lower age classes, farmers are applied FYM in nutrient purpose. But as the age progressed, litter decompose and mix with the soil. That is the region with higher nutrient content in higher age classes. In terms of soil organic carbon range from 8.3 to 18.70 megagram per hectare, and that is the most important thing. As the soil having more carbon, that means whenever we will incorporate the tree within the soil system, that will increase the soil organic carbon in the form of soil. That means soil health is also improved of the systems. These are the plant biomass. Most of the biomass were contributed by the tree, and very negligible amount were litter and surf. And out of the total tree composition, teak is contributed about 62%, rest were the associated species. Total biomass carbon. As the age progressed, diameter and height of the plant is also increased. That is the reason behind the higher biomass with higher age classes. Total ecosystem carbon. Total ecosystem carbon range from the higher total ecosystem carbon was in higher age classes, and the lower amount was recorded in the lower age classes. On the basis of the present study, we can conclude that the land codes are not fit for agriculture purpose. If we will introduce the tree in that particular land in a systematic way, after 5 to 10 years, incorporation of litter and other things, the soil fertility will increase, then we can also introduce agriculture or horticulture crop in the form of agroforestry system that will be highly useful for, and in that way we will manage our climatic condition as well as our food requirement. Therefore, thank you.
Thank you. Any question? I think there is not. Thank you. Next, Subankar Saha, and he is absent. Next, Bhaskar Sharma. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chairman, sir, and the esteemed gallery. Myself, Bhaskar Sharma, from SCS College of Agriculture, Rangamati, Dhubri, and I am going to present one small research topic that's on sustainable production of fruit crops through proper management of valleys. So, first we need to know what is Bari, and it is a unique feature of Assam. In Assam, we cannot think of a village household without a Bari. So we call it as Ghor Bari. So every household possesses a homestead garden, and that's the Bari, where we found the fragrant flowers, fruits, vegetables, bamboo, as well as fishes in the ponds. An entire system is called Bari. And this is not, of course, a new concept. It is a very age-old concept. It can be traced back to 1603, and the credit was given to Momai Tamoli Borborua. And the last aspect is important. Most of the fruit crops, the production of most of the fruit crops of entire Assam, about this comes to about nearly 80%. That comes from Bari. Now, recently only we are commercially cultivating banana, and we have commercial cultivation of Khasi mandarin as well as Assam lemon in some localized pockets, along with pineapple. Now, the methodology, it is actually a combination of horticulture as well as social science. So, first baseline survey was conducted using semi-structured questionnaire. Then different training programs were organized to give away the inputs which are scientific in nature, and improvement measures were suggested to overcome the drawbacks, and thereafter impact assessment was done after completion of 1 year. So now let's move to the results and discussion. From our baseline survey, we found some major components of all the Baris, and these are those fruit crops. We are mainly confining to fruit crops, as well as some important traditional vegetables. And there are plenty of different indigenous fruit crops were also found in our Baris, along with some other components. All are horticultural components. I am confining my study. Then we categorize the Bari, and for that we surveyed 122 Baris of Assam, including the different villages of Jorhat, Golaghat, Sibsagar, Dibrugarh, Sonitpur, and Lakhimpur. And after rigorous study, we categorize all the Baris into 3 categories: small Bari up to 2 bigha, and medium Bari 2 to 4 bigha, and large Bari more than 4 bigha. So, and bigha and hectare conversion is given there for other part of India. So that's the categories we have done to categorically and more scientifically conduct the research program. Now, at the time of our survey, we found this status of the different types of Baris. In case of small Bari, average income was around 5,000 rupees, and in medium Baris it was 10,000 rupees. And in case of large Baris, quantity is of course less, but the average income was around 24,000 per Bari. And in our study, we confronted different problems. Different problems were observed there, but some of them were outlined here. Like existence of age-old unproductive plants. Plenty of unproductive plants were found in those Baris, and that's why excessive shady and damp conditions have been created, which
hampered the growth and development of other bodies. So ultimately the productivity of bodies were quite less. And why it was so? Because of lack of proper knowledge for scientific crop production of the owners. And inadequate plant protection measures were taken up by the body owners, it was noticed. And water supply during winter months, it was quite difficult to do, of course. But in Arecanut and Beetlevine production was quite low because of scarcity of water during winter months. Then improper drainage facility was also observed. Sometimes different stachytans as well as spurious monkeys also created problems, of course, which we cannot counteract. And thereafter, to solve those problems, we have organized different training programs, different around 10 to 15 training programs were conducted, and training programs were conducted in the household, different village household, as well as in schools, as well as in community halls. So, in the training programs, several improvement measures were advocated, like proper planning of through proper planning, we should remove the unproductive plants step by step, and proper plant spacing should be maintained by removing those unproductive plants in those bodies, and the provision of irrigation must be there to obtain the optimum yield from different crops, and mulching to retain the moisture in the soil, which we advocated for mulching operations with dry leaves, straws, water hyacinth, etc. And we advocated farmers to go for compost pits, which were lacking in most of the bodies, at least one compost pit for small bodies and 2 compost pits for medium bodies, and 2 to 3 compost pits in the large bodies were advocated. And proper fertilization schedule in coconut was advocated, because coconut is one of the important fruit crop. Here we don't grow coconut as plantation crop, we grow in Assam coconut as fruit crop. So productivity of coconut was quite less because we did not follow proper fertilization program. And proper plant protection measures were also advocated. So as a result, after 1 year, we did the impact assessment where we observed that increase in production of Assam lemon was quite remarkable to 31%, and followed by chili and beetlevine. Of course, we have selected only a few horticultural crops, others were not considered. And as the jackfruit, in jackfruit, no increase of production was noticed as the clones were not so productive. And in terms of
Please conclude.
Yes, I am concluding. So in terms of income, we noticed increase in income of 141.5% in those bodies. And now to conclude, I am giving you some remarks. We have noticed that training programs and providing the recommended practices of crop cultivation, the knowledge about different crops can be incorporated, and the income from body can be increased, food production can be increased. So body development programs should be given due importance by the GOV and other organizations. And input supply agencies should ensure timely availability of the different inputs so that the farmers get it in right time. And thanks. That's all.
Thank you. Education. I think there is not. Thank you again.
Okay.
Miss Dr. Padmini Das, next please.
Good afternoon, everyone. One and all present, respected chairman, sir, co-chairman, sir, and the audience. So today, I'm going to present organic plant breeding for sustainable agriculture for Borneo International Knowledge Festival, which is going on. And the theme is sustainable agriculture, and the sub-theme is organic farming. So everyone knows this, what is sustainable agriculture. So there are different definitions, but the main thing is that
it is an integrated system of plant and animal production practices, which is a very site-specific application. This is very important. So, in case of organic farming, local adaptation is very, very important. So, it is very important to satisfy human food and fiber needs, and it enhances environmental quality and also the utilization of natural resources based upon which the agriculture economy totally depends. It make the most efficient use of non-renewable resources and on-farm resources, and it also integrates those resources where appropriate natural and biological cycle controls. So sustains the economic viability and farm operations, and it also enhances the quality of life for farmers and as a society, for the society. So there are different approaches for sustainable agriculture. Already I have mentioned. So these are some approaches like agroecology, nature-inclusive agriculture, organic farming, conservation agriculture, then carbon farming, then smart agriculture, etc. So under this, I am going to elaborate about organic farming and organic variety. So first of all, I want to clear that organic variety and organic farming. That is, organic farming is something like that. So varieties have been screened for which are suitable for organic farming, but organic variety is a different that which is developed through organic plant breeding. So there are some plant breeding methods. We cannot apply all the breeding methods to develop the organic variety because it is totally chemical free. The varieties, when we develop the varieties, it should be totally chemical free. The varieties for both plants and animals in case of organic farming and non-organic farming, that is significantly different. That should be clear that the varieties which can be used for organic farming and non-organic farming, that is different. Some varieties can be identified which may be suitable for both for organic farming and inorganic farming, but the variety which has been developed through organic plant breeding, that is very much suitable for organic farming, and it definitely helps for sustainable agriculture. So quality of the produce is a major concern in case of organic farming due to some health issues. So now the question is that to achieve a sustainable agriculture system, it is a bit debatable topic. So but why it is debatable? Because the drastic variation of climate condition irrespective of place and human population, because climatic variation is very, very high. The extent of temperature or rainfall that cannot be predicted, and it is the variation may be very, very, because nowadays it's too high. So the term sustainable comes from the Latin word this sustain here, that means to maintain. It should maintain and it should perform good along all the years. Now, types of varieties which can be used for organic farming, that is, I have already mentioned that there are two types of varieties that can be classified into two types. The varieties better suited for the needs of the organic farming. These are not developed through organic plant breeding, because these are existing variety which may be developed through inorganic way or apart from organic plant breeding, but they can perform better in case of organic farming. But the second one is that is the varieties and population that are bred and selected under organic condition. That is totally the varieties which have been developed for organic plant breeding. Now, there is a difference between organic seed and organic variety, because since I am talking about to develop how to develop organic variety or is organic variety, so there is a difference between organic seed, because organic seeds may be defined as the seed which may be produced from your organic condition or inorganic condition, but that should be the plant, mother plant from where the seeds are procured, that should be grown organically at least for one generation. But in case of organic varieties, that has been totally developed from organic plant breeding technique, and that should be tested under organic condition, that is chemical free condition, and types of varieties. And that is a notable thing, that organic seeds are very, very common, but organic varieties are not that much common, and it is limited in number. So organic plant breeding does not include chemicals, like definitely does not include like chemicals, fertilizers, insecticide, fungicide, herbicide, etc., growth regulator, irradiation like X-ray, gamma ray, etc. But in organic plant breeding, that includes organic manures like farmyard manure, green manure. As everyone knows these factors. Botanical pesticides, neem, datura, icome, etc. Then bioagents like parasite, predators, etc. So, what are the components of organic plant breeding? So, there should be a separate environment, definitely. So, strong component of local adaptation, that is very, very important. Another important factor is that genotype into environmental interaction, because the performance of the variety depends on local adaptation. So, how the genotype interacts with the environment, that is very, very important. Then what are the necessary traits that can be incorporated while developing the variety? That should be clear. And selection method for plant breeding. As I have mentioned, the plant breeding, there are different plant breeding methods. For developing inorganic variety, we can use any type of plant breeding methods. But in case of organic plant breeding, we cannot select all the breeding methods. So there are some limitations. Then breeding objectives. So there are some common breeding objectives like yield, which is very obvious. Then disease resistance, free
Please conclude.
substances, earliness, lodging resistance, shaping, etc. These are some common breeding objectives. And these objectives may differ in range, level, and priority. For example, qualities given more emphasis in case of organic plant breeding. So another example is that competitiveness with wheat, that is very much important in case of organic plant breeding, because we cannot use weedicide. But in case of inorganic, so use of weedicide, we can control the wither height. Another important factor is that in case of organic plant breeding, height is a little bit more, but in case of inorganic, that is short stature. Then quality of the produce is given more emphasis. So organic plant breeding aims to develop such cultivars which is suitable for organic farming, and it depends on renewable resources. Then maintenance of variation, that is another factor, because we know that when after developing a variety, it is uniform. It is not like heterozygous, but in case of organic variety which has been bred for organic plant breeding, so variation within the variety, that is allowed, so that in different environment, because why it is like that? Because in case of organic farming, since local adaptation is given much emphasis, so what type of resources we are using, the performance of the variety depends on that. So that's why variation within the variety is allowed, so that interaction between genotype and environment, that can be more exploited. So to enhance nutrient uptake capacity and resource use.
I'm sorry, please conclude.
Then these are some important factors, and breeding methods: simple plant introduction, selection, hybridization, marker assisted selection, that can also be permitted, but provided that radiations are not used while producing the markers. Then shuttle breeding can be applied. Then participatory plant breeding, evolutionary breeding, these methods are also good for as a breeding method for developing organic variety. Then cytoplasmic male sterility, hybridization can be there, but restorer gene should not be there. Then protoplast fusion, that is not allowed. Then transgenic crops, that is genetically modified, that breeding technique is not allowed in case of organic plant breeding. Then mutation breeding, because irradiations are used. Then these are some achievements. As I have studied some review papers, so I have not got much varieties developed in India, but some countries like Switzerland, Germany, France, Italy, they have developed some varieties in crops like wheat crop, then tomato, then cabbage, broccoli, onion, etc. Spinach also, organic varieties have been developed for organic plant breeding. So future prospect, if we consider, then exploitation of genotype into environment interaction can be exploited for local adaptation. Subtle breeding between organic farming and conservation farming, it may be a possible way. Then
genetic resource. The genetic resource can be exploited, through which we can identify the genotypes which performs better in case of organic condition. Organic farming and remote sensing may help in phenotyping, then variation of useful traits
Please conclude,
for
please
organic
conclude.
farming, etc. So these are some, finally the conclusions, basically that organic plant breeding can contribute to the organic farming goals, and second one, organic varieties lead to the sustainable agriculture as it do not deplete the natural resources, instead of it promotes judicious use of resources. So my students, they helped me to prepare this slide. Jennifer, Pranav, Vikramjit, Subhanim, and Sasta. Thank you.
Thank you. If there is any question. So next I'd like to invite Manoj Kumar Rajvanshi. I think he's absent. Next, Rupam Sharma. I think absent. Sanjay Kumar Das. Absent. So last speaker is Hichika Souza. Thank you.
The topic of physiological response in rice to drought stress. So these are the our themes, right? Presentation. Rice, as we know, it's a very important crop as far as our country is concerned. These are the figure which represents its importance. Actually, it is a very water sensitive crop with a very low water efficiency. It is from 3,000 to 5,000 liters of water is required for producing 1 kg of rice. 23 million hectares of rice in particularly South and Southeastern Asia are very. So what is drought stress? It is considered as one of the most important change for the world food security. It is a major constraint in rice production as well as state. And the drought stress among all the climatic and climate stresses is responsible for reducing two-thirds of the average yield under the infant ecosystem, which is considered nearly 5% of the global rice area. So this is a very critical stress which hamper the production of rice. And this table represents how the drought affects the rice yield at various stages. See the different 12 stages of rice. Different stages mostly susceptible for this particular stress, and it is reported that there is 94% loss may take place if severe drought stress appears during the reproductive stage. So it generally ranges from 24 to 94% loss due to the drought stress. So this is such an important stress actually. So how do we manage this stress, or what are the basic strategy to mitigate this drought stress? There are basically two different strategies adopted to mitigate this stress. One is economic management, where we manipulate the external environment by supplying external watering or soil management practices like mulching, etc., so that the plant can maintain a minimum of mineral moisture content. The second strategy is genetic improvement of crop plant itself, so that the plant, using its inherent capacity, can withstand the deficit of water. So out of these two approaches, both have certain limitations, but crop improvement strategy can help to go a further way. So how we utilize the crop management, crop improvement strategy, and in order to mitigate the drought stress in case of rice. So we are basically using for development of drought tolerant rice varieties. First one is understanding on the various drought responsive traits, because
there are several traits which respond to the stress of drought. The second is the interaction of the various responsive traits of rice at 4 different levels. These are morphological level, physiological level, biochemical level, and molecular level. Okay. The first level, that is morphological and physiological level, in fact, there are manifestations of biochemical and molecular level of interaction of various traits. So based on the scoring of morphological and physiological traits, in case of rice particularly, we can identify the genotype which has the capability to withstand the drought stress. So let us see in general how drought generally affect on plants. There are several ways the drought affect on plant in general. Out of this crop growth and release, but the water relationship of plant is part. The nutrient relationship will be hampered. Photosynthesis will be drastically reduced due to drought. Assimilate partitioning will be hampered. Respiration will be disrupted, and there will be oxidative damage to the cellular components, which ultimately leads to the gas displacement. So this is a possible mechanism of growth is reduced under drought. Highlight the point. The drought stress impart a loss of further, which ultimately obstructed cell elongation and ultimately increased growth. At the same time, drought stress impaired the mitosis, which is essential for cell division, and this impaired mitosis leads to limited cell division and ultimately increased growth. So drought stress ultimately leads to the growth, increase the growth. This is a flow chart how drought stress hampers the photosynthetic activities in the plant. So there it is flow chart, there is self-explanatory actually. This represents how declined photosynthesis is a result of drought stress through various activities of different important enzymes and electron transfer mechanisms. So basically, how the plant make themselves ready to adapt to the situation of drought. So this is a strategy, plant strategy with the perspective, plant's perspective is a strategy to adapt to the drought. One is the first strategy of plant is to drought escape. This is drought escape is nothing but the completion of the crop duration before the onset of drought. Then there is a drought, dehydration avoidance. So two important approach there is dehydration avoidance, water mining, and minimizing water loss. Then there is dehydration tolerance, which is a situation when the plant can survive even in a low soil moisture or so low tissue moisture condition. So, this is a flow chart depicting all the three different strategies of plant with respect to the various traits. So, for example, deep roots, stomatal closure, leaf rolling, hydration, stapling, high transpiration ability, all leads to the avoidance of drought. Similarly, how they escape simply by early flowering, early maturity, high nitrogen level, and all those here. The osmotic adjustment, protective solutes, high choline, etc. are used for tolerance of.
Please conclude.
So there are several responsive traits to basically act when responsive traits are identified. They have these are the numbers of traits. My intention is to show that how many different types of traits are involved with respect to drought stress. The traits are interacted and ultimately influence the grain. So these various traits interact among themselves and ultimately influence the grain. So how is this implicable to our if we go by design characters which are primary traits, induced traits, they are very easy for phenotypic measurements, phenotypic scales, so they can be used for screening the drought tolerant or drought resistant genotype. Similarly, if you go by visual, as the characters progress, there will be more numbers of genes or equal involvement will be there. So the manipulation of those characters will be much more difficult. So this is a chemicals which signals the drought, that means how the plant know that drought arrives. There is synthesis of pepsidic acid, which is an important phytohormone which actually signals the plant and ultimately regulate the osmotic stress responsive genes. This is a cellular mechanism just to highlight out of nearly estimated 40,000 genes in case of rice. There are 11,000 genes which are being affected by the drought stress. 5,000 genes are upregulated and 6,000 genes are downregulated by the stress of drought. This is to highlight how this particular stress impacts the yield. So in our study, we have studied 50 different genotypes, which among which can were local randosis and high cultivars and we studied various physiological and morphological characters like protein content.
I am sorry, please conclude.
Yeah, it's last time. Protein content, protein content, spectral fertility, chemical harvesting, and controlling. So all those characters are very significantly highly correlated with rate in drought stress, except for spectral fertility, which is negatively correlated. So it is from this we can conclude that this type of characters can be utilized for screening of various local germplasm having the drought tolerance characteristics, and they can be included in other breeding programs. This is all. Thank you.
Since this is the end of the second technical session, I would like to request our chairperson, Professor Hemongo Kumar sir, to please hand over the certificates. The participants' names are Pranamika Sharma, Sarat Chandra Singha, College of Agriculture. Karishma Das, Sarat Singh College of Agriculture. Vinita, Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Gopal Shukla, Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Pundibari. Subhankar Shaha of absent. Bhaskar Jyoti Sharma of Sarat Chandra Singha, College of Agriculture. Padmini Das of Sarat Singha, College of Agriculture. Rishikesh Oja of Sarat Chandra Singha, College of Agriculture. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request our member of Sustainable Agricultural Theme, Dr. Kushal Chaudhary, sir, to please be present on the stage to hand over the certificate of appreciation to our chairperson and co-chairperson. Sir. Now I present our certificate of appreciation to Professor Hemongo Kumar Kalita, sir. Now I may like to request Kushal Chaudhary, sir, to hand over the certificate of appreciation to Professor Sumit Chakrabarti. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. K. Bromson Kumar, sir, to deliver a short, brief vote of thanks. Oh, sorry, there is a little mistake in my announcement. Now I would like to request Professor Dr. K. Bromson Kumar, sir, to tell the names of those participants which have been listed as first, second, and third. the parties certificates to the participant to give the prize, I may request Kushal sir to please come over the stage.
Thank you, Janaki madam. We have two category of prizes, one for the oral presentations and one for the poster presentations. For the oral presentations, the chair and co-chair were the educator of the first, second, and the third prizes respectively. So for the first prize, I would like to call upon Professor Sumit Chakravarti, Department of Forestry, Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, West Bengal. For the second prize, I would like to call upon Dr. Anupam Sharma, District Fishery Officer, Goalpara, to accept the second prize. Is he around?
He's gone out.
Okay.
You can let her correct.
It collected now. For the third prize, where Miss Dinata Roy from Department of Geology, Gujarat University, for her presentation on for the oral poster, oral presentation. Sorry. Congratulations to all the winners. Now for the poster presentations, altogether we have around 17 posters, which on the theme sustainable agriculture, and based on the marks given by our judges, we have 3 prizes again. The first prize goes to Vidhu Bhushan Brahma, Department of Physics, CIT. Vidhu Bhushan Brahma is here on. In absence of Vidhu Bhushan, anyone representing the paper can. Yes, Manasi Madam, if you can kindly accept this award. Next, for the second prize, we have Mrs. Fagner Nazari, Department of Zoology, Boroland University. Second prize poster presentation. For the third prize, we have Mr. Deep Jyoti Majumdar, Department of Chemistry, Boroland University. Anyone on behalf of Deep Jyoti, anyone is present? Okay. So all the, thank you Kushal sir. All others obviously all other poster presenters will also be receiving their certificates. If they are around, they can just come to the reception desk and collect their certificates. Thank you.
Since the second technical session is going to be over, but before that, we would like to give a short, brief vote of thanks. So, our member of Sustainable Agriculture, that is Dr. K. Bronson Kumar, will deliver a brief vote of thanks before the end of the second technical session. Thank you.
Thank you, Janavi Madam. It gives me indeed great pleasure and privilege to present the vote of thanks for this second technical session on oral presentation. I would like to place my sincere vote of thanks to our co-chair, to our chairperson, Dr. Professor H. Himanga Kumar Kalita sir, for kindly allowing us to give his name for the chair and presiding over this session. We would also like to appreciate Professor Sumit Chakravarti for co-chairing this session. I would also like to place my sincere thanks to Mr. Vishwajit Nath and Ritiraj from VTR for performing the task of rapporteur for this session. Also, I would like to thank all the participants, all the presenters for the nice presentation on various topics that they have presented. I would also like to thank our volunteers, our committee members, and also the technical staff who have been busy around and making this session a success. Thank you all and hope to see you many times in the future. Thank you.
এই